Yeah. Howdy. Okay, you get to find your name tag. Where are you? Right there. Oh, no. Oh, no, wait. Okay, wait. What happened? We gotta do it. Because Bill might come late. So he's gonna be here and Kitty's, is that okay? Sure. Next to Nelson. Hi, Sandy. Hello. How are you? I'll do this in a sec. Okay, so what's happening here? Click record. Where would I find it? Oh,
Next time you'll know to bring a pillow. Oh, these chairs are.
mostly it's
Okay.
cold in here. Where is record? Pause, stop recording. No. Oh. Click record. Does anybody see record on here?
What was that?
I'm trying to find record. Hi, how are you? Haven't seen you in forever. Okay, who sees record? Hello, Paul. I don't see it. It says it is recording. Oh, it's already recording? Rosanna. There's Rosanna. Okay.
So I'm just telling you officially in exact, it's not even the same, just so you know.
Oh, it's open, but we haven't, I can mute us until we actually start. And there's nobody else in the waiting room. Oh, there is.
Is that one of the candidates?
No. All right. Okie dokie. So I'd like to call this meeting to order at 7:03. Joint meeting of the Town and Village Boards of New Paltz.
Second.
Okay, it's okay. Do we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we have our acknowledgement of Indigenous land and Black labor. Who hasn't read it in a while?
We could have one of our guests read it.
Would one of y'all like to read it? It's a lot like yours. Stevie, do you want to read it?
You do it.
Okay.
The town of New Falls humbly acknowledges that we are on the traditional lands of the Munsee, Esopus, and Lenape people. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 forced the people to relocate to inhospitable territory far from the bountiful valleys and mountains we inhabit today. The town further acknowledges that much of the physical structure of our town and village was built by enslaved Africans who labored as the property of their owners until 1827 on this very land. We acknowledge the contributions, resilience, and accomplishments of the BIPOC community who have overcome historic injustice to inform our past and inspire our future. Please visit the resource library on our website to learn more. We encourage residents and visitors to learn more about the contributions and sacrifices made by the Indigenous people and enslaved Africans by visiting these sites.
Thank you. Okay, the agenda, I have one item to add, and I believe the mayor has some items to add. Do you want to go first, Tim?
Yeah, sure. The two items that I want to add to our business agenda, one is moving Brad Gorfine to full-time hourly effective December 1st for 28 hours per week and to provide him with health insurance for an individual. That's one item. And then I also wanted to add an RFP for the village to consider to, and then the details about what they would need to include in the RFP, and the consultant proposals would be due December 10th at 1 p.m. And it's basically what we discussed last night at village board.
Okay, do you, you'll get your language in there specifically that, because I was not writing fast enough, so whatever you need in the minutes. Yep, okay, cool. Or you can send it to us.
Yes, I move that we accept both of these changes as part of our amended.
Second.
Very good, thanks. And then the addition I have is for an extension for Henry W. Contractors. So we'll add that to the town board business. And do you have a motion to accept the town board meeting minutes, agenda, town board agenda?
So moved. Julie?
Second, Amanda, we're saying it loud for Rosanna so she knows who's who. So if you say your name, that helps a lot. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, very good. So tonight we have a guest with us from our Community Preservation Fund. She's going to give us a little reminder of what that's all about and tell us about exciting opportunity, right? So this is Carol Lee. Want to come up here and join us, lady? Oh, and accomplice, yeah. Do we need another chair? You want another chair? Here we go.
And I'll insist.
The owl will do some.
The owl.
Oh, the owl knows what it's doing.
Oh, I forgot about public and announcements. We'll come back. Okay.
All right, well,
Yes,
good evening.
Oh,
Nice to see all of you.
You too.
My name is Carol Lee. I think you're the only person I haven't met yet. And Amanda asked if I would just give like a little refresher on what our Community Preservation Fund is and how it can be used. In 2020, the town of New Paltz created a Community Preservation Fund and passed a law that enabled the application of a real estate transfer tax, so that when somebody buys a property in New Paltz, there's a 1.5% tax that goes to this dedicated fund for open space protection. That passed, that also went to referendum and passed with 72% of the vote, so there was a lot of community support for it, which is great. We had to develop a community preservation plan that took into account our existing open space plan, our farmland protection plan, our comprehensive plan, all these things that New Paltz has worked on over 30 years to address the need for protecting open space. And that plan is the basis of how we make recommendations about land that we might want to preserve in New Paltz. So we have an advisory board of 7 members, and we have been working since 2021, when the tax first started being collected, to reach out and explore, based on the plan we have, what would be high priority properties to protect, and where there are willing landowners who want to engage in conservation. The tool that's most frequently used for conservation of open space is a purchase of development rights, a conservation easement, which pays for a portion of the property. I don't mean a geographic portion, but a portion of the value of the property. And so we've been exploring how we can apply that tool in New Paltz to protect some of our priority properties. We have had a number of irons in the fire, so to speak, conversations with a lot of different landowners. And tonight I'm here with Matt Decker from OSI, who's going to talk about a project that we're excited about. And we would be working in partnership with the Open Space Institute and other conservation partners to do this. And we had prepared a memo that was in your packet to describe the property and a little bit about how we proceed with that conservation plan. So that said, unless you have questions about the Community Preservation Fund, I would turn it over to Matt. Any questions? No, good.
You're up, Matt.
Thank you,
I'm
Kara.
Matt Decker. I'm a land project manager with Open Space Institute. And we're working with Kara and others. Kevin Case from Mohawk Preserve and Christy from Walker Valley Land Trust are here too, who are part of the team that are all working together on the possibility of protecting the property that was in your memo. It's approximately 175 acres, though it may be more than that, right on 299. As you're driving up towards the ridge, and I don't know, Owl, if you can get this.
It
I thought
got
it would be
it.
across the
It
whole
got it.
road.
Beautiful.
Here's a shot from the property, which you may be familiar with. It's the Humpo Marsh. We called the project Humpo Marshlands. It's 175 acres. Only about 40 of those acres are marshlands. The rest of it, I'm not a developer, but in my humble opinion, probably would be highly developable. And I think it's just kind of part of the character of the community, especially that west of the Wallkill River on your way up to the Schwanbeck Ridge sort of landscape. So this is from the property right on 299. It is a known birding hotspot. The Humpo Marsh is a known biodiversity hotspot. It has nesting sites for 2 rare or threatened New York State listed birds, and those are just the ones that they know about. I can say because I saw them in a public
can't talk
document
about
that
them.
they're red-headed woodpecker, which is a species of conservation need, and pied-billed grebe, which is a state listed New York State threat.
Matt, could you just spin it around just so folks
Sure.
out there can see it too?
Right.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Photo,
sure.
looking up towards Skytop, but this is all of the property on mostly on the south side of the road. It's got 1.2 miles of frontage.
Wow.
It's currently owned by a family with a familiar name, though it's important to distinguish this. This is not the Jenkins Lukens orchard, but it is everything between the marsh and up to when you get to the farm store. Mostly on the left side, also a little bit on the right. 1.2 miles of frontage. You may have seen that the fields there were recently brush hogged. So this is the property. OSI, we're a conservation not-for-profit, sorry. Conservation not-for-profit that has done a lot of work in this area. We have an option to purchase this property. That means that we have the ability, but not the obligation at this time to buy the property for a set price.
You mean bye-bye?
Buy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bye-bye.
The idea, yes, what we would like to do, the conservation outcome that I think would be best is for, okay, before I get there, this property is divided by the town line. Only about half of it is in the town of New Paltz. So a project like this would
Oh,
involve
that's that dotted line. right
both towns, and the town of Gardner is also in the loop on all of this. We're gonna give a very similar presentation in Gardner
Mhm.
at their next board meeting. About 84 acres is in New Paltz, and about the same, it's about just about equally divided is in Gardner. The part that we would participate with you if, and I want to make it clear that a recommendation for the town to actually put community preservation dollars in, that'll go through Kara and her committee and her process. That's not what we're talking about tonight. But it, you know, the town's participation would only be on the portion that's in New Paltz. I just want to make that clear.
Okay.
So in my humble opinion and what we've talked with the conservation groups and both of the advisory boards in New Paltz and Gardner about is that the towns would hold a conservation easement on the property that would make sure on the portion of the property that is in each town, that would make sure that it's permanently protected. And then the land would continue to be owned by a conservation focused, not-for-profit with free, limited, well-managed public access. And that would be the final kind of conservation resting place. Those details are yet to be worked out. But we have a nice long time in our agreement with the landowners to work them out. Now, the immediate opportunity and why we wanted to come now.
This is one parcel?
It's 3 parcels.
Okay.
1 parcel is in New Paltz. However, the 1 parcel in New Paltz has pieces that are on both the north side and the south side of 299. So it's kind of,
Can you just spin it around for them?
thank you for that.
I think it's like right where the first skate garden adopted highway spot was originally, right? Yeah.
So the immediate opportunity and kind of like the immediate reason for talking with you now is that there is a federal source of funding called the Highlands Conservation Act, which town board passed a resolution recently to make the town eligible for it. The deadline for applying is at the end of this year. This project would make a great application in a year that, in my opinion, it is very likely to be funded. That is, it's confusing, but it is federal funding that comes from Fish and Wildlife to state parks, and it may then be re-granted to towns. So state parks, OPRHP, Office of Parks Historic Preservation, Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation would be the applicant.
Yeah.
But they would then have the ability to re-grant that to the town. And that, in theory, could pay for 50% of the value of any property or conservation easement, not just on this, but on many others that are high priority in your conservation plan. It's a huge opportunity to leverage your community preservation dollars. And I hope it would start with this project, and we would like to basically seek your permission by a letter. I know you have a resolution, which is great. The state is asking for a letter from the supervisor, just basically stating their interest in having them apply on your behalf. Now, if you were awarded those funds, it would not obligate the town at this time to anything, to holding the easement or to contributing funds from the community preservation, or wouldn't obligate you to participate. We
To apply, right.
applying now would not
Right.
obligate you. I hope that we would get there through Kara and her committee, but yeah, I guess I'll pause
So
there for questions.
does it require us to somehow commit to the match or something, or it just, okay, it just says we would like to be in the we would like to have access to that, some portion of that. Okay.
Yeah, and, you know, I apologize, you know, this is the first round in which towns are eligible.
That's why it's good to go for
And,
it. Yeah.
and that's why it's good to go, and that's why I don't know all of the details of the process yet, because this is the first time they're going through it, they're kind of inventing it on the fly. So just today, I learned from state parks that they wouldn't need a resolution, they would just need a letter
You know,
that describes where the other 50% might come from, but does not commit the town to expending those funds.
So, okay, so since we don't know what the amount is, how do we know what the 50% has to be in the letter, right?
Well, I don't think you have to put the amount in. I think that, I think it's fair to say that our CPF fund
Would be the
would be
50%.
the match, and
Okay.
that we have a comfortable amount of money in the fund to be able to match for this project.
Okay. And I guess that would determine how much they decide to allocate to us. It's like whatever we have as a match would be, I mean, they
I
can't
guess
give
it's
you more.
dependent on the price.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right.
the appraised value of
The
the
appraised value, yeah.
conservation.
Okay.
So who pays for the appraisal?
OSI will and actually has already paid for the appraisal, and I think town board members have some of that information.
And do you have like a worksheet listing all the soft costs?
We
Like
do,
including the survey, because I'm imagining you're gonna have to resurvey the entire 100 and something acres.
we have that in process.
I thought he was in.
I don't have the ability to commit OSI to anything, but
Yeah.
OSI would pay
I
for
know
all
he
of
is.
those
I thought he
things.
was in.
We already have a survey going. If you drive by, you'll see the pink flags up. We're certifying that to
Mhm.
at all. It doesn't cost us anything to have the surveyor certify that to everybody. We're certifying it to everybody who might be involved in the conservation project, including Christie and Kevin's organizations.
Okay, so
So
OSI is
it's,
just picking it up.
We're so fortunate that OSI is prepared to
Mm-hmm.
pick up those soft costs, because that is
But those would be
substantial.
very substantial,
And they'll be substantial. and
especially
we're-
when state parks is involved.
Right, and our CPF, we're not able to spend CPF money on surveys and soft costs until closing, so that's kind of a catch 22 that OSI is helping us, address.
So this application is very complicated because it's like, it has to be in a month. It's like, well,
It is amazingly uncomplicated. Kara and I can handle it can I commit you to helping with this? But it's really like a narrative, and it's, Fish and Wildlife has really kept this quite simple. It's very easy compared to like the CFA process that you might be familiar with, or any of those others.
okay.
yeah.
And then does it have, do you have to, so there must be some kind of maintenance of this thing, like you have to do reports or do something like you guys are gonna do that too? Don't make us do it. Okay,
No,
thank you.
I think we can work that
You will
out.
do
I
that.
mean, there's definitely, down the road, you have to keep track of your conservation easements and monitor them and so on, but we have the capacity and a plan for all of them.
Okay, and again, you talked about this having some, I forget how you talked it, some minimal or some kind of public access that would be minimally, I mean, we don't have to build
Impactful.
kiosks or snowplow trails or anything like that.
So whenever we
Yeah.
spend CPF funds, the law requires that land be publicly accessible.
Mhm.
And so we're making plans to make that happen.
All right, cool.
I was curious about how much of it, you said it's a marsh, how much of it would need boardwalks, or how much of it can be,
Nature
traversed
trails. maybe.
just on the land.
The
Where
majority of
the
it.
area that might be open for public.
About 130 acres are open woodlands and fields that, I think there's plenty of room for trails out there without needing boardwalks. However, I think because of the interest of the birding community in that the Humboldt Marsh is a resource that like at least access to the marsh would be, if I were managing public access, the first thing that I would think about. because we don't even really know who's gonna own at the end of the day, we know it's going to be open to the public, but no entity is committed. Obviously, we're talking with Kevin's group, we're talking with Chrissy's group, we're all working together to figure out how this is gonna work. And this Highlands Conservation piece is like the first kind of big block that we would like to get into place. But I think it's natural to think about access to the marsh, at least for bird observation.
You know,
Boardwalks are-
the town has a pretty strong wetlands watercourse protection regulation, so we would definitely want to be
yes,
in our part. I don't know I don't know Gardner's code, but we definitely want to make sure we abide by that. Okay,
understood.
okay,
Are
well,
there trails on any of the contiguous properties that are possibly gonna be connected to this property?
I think, I think early to talk specifics, but this is the River to Ridge Trail.
Yeah.
And the section of Mohawk that the property is adjacent to is the Foothills property that OSI purchased. And, maybe you never want to say no to connections if that's something that Kevin's group and, in the future becomes a possibility. There are trails on the property already. It was an old dairy farm, so there's like old farm roads and there's places that you can walk already. I think that, repurposing some of those already traveled places, on the property and kind of formalizing those limited trails. Because the wetlands, the marsh, and there are other sensitive habitats on the property. Not all of the property is conducive to public access. So that's why I'm using those words like limited and well
right,
managed.
because you don't
public
want to
access.
bother those special birds.
You don't want to bother the special birds.
Might there be parking?
There might be, yes. Open for future discussion.
Yeah, it would have to be fairly, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, you've got 299 going right through there, so at that point, I mean, that's a county road, right? That's a state road, I don't know.
Matt, quick question, Gardner's involved in this in some what capacity?
In the same capacity that you all are, basically, their community preservation board is, and they would say this, a little bit behind Kara's and your group's thinking. But we're gonna give the same exact presentation to Gardner. Whether they put community preservation dollars in or not, that remains to be seen, but the task at hand, or what I think will lead to success here, is to get each of the towns to apply for Highlands Conservation Act funds by the end of the year.
Is there a plan for an endowment for monitoring that would be shared across all the entities?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
The CPF allows for stewardship funds. And there are a variety of ways that can be set up, but probably the most likely would be an endowment that would go probably to the land trust to do that monitoring. But the law does include a percentage for stewardship, and so that is an expectation because we would have that responsibility.
Good,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I don't know if you remember, but that's in our budget every year for the ones we do have.
I didn't see it in here, although I did see
But
some potential.
This would be a
match
new one,
I
yeah,
agree.
yeah,
that- yeah,
so
we do have an endowment
For existing
funds
easements.
somewhere.
Yeah.
right?
for existing easements, thanks to Walker Valley Land Trust. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions for Kara and Matt? Okay, so what we will need to do is so we can, okay, so I'd like a motion to authorize me to write the letter that's required. Do I have a motion? So moved. Essie?
Second, Kitty.
Okay, any discussion about me writing the letter? Nope, nope. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. All right, you'll get a letter. Well, you make sure I know exactly what needs to be in it. Okay, and by when? Do you need it, do you need it in time you need it like right away to work on the application?
Sooner, the sooner the better, because we want to move the application process right along.
Okay, so,
Let's get a draft and get it up to them and make sure that it's gonna,
okay,
'cause
you'll
we
get a
don't
draft
know
tomorrow.
yet, we're
Yeah.
making them up. So, yeah.
Oh, we're creating, all right, cutting edge stuff here, folks, all right, okay. Thank you very much for coming.
you.
So much.
It's kind of
Thank you.
exciting. Our very first,
Yeah, it
so
really has.
this has been going on for how many years now? We've been collecting little
Well, 3.5 years.
3.5 years. Wow,
Yeah.
finally it's getting one to work.
This would
Okay.
be a very
That's
exciting
big.
first
Yeah,
project.
It would, because it's big and invisible out there. Okay, so, okay, I know Bob. You do, okay. Okey doke. So let's go back to announcements, which I just flew right by because I was so excited about them being here. Okay, so tomorrow, the 22nd, yeah, tomorrow, there's Family Fun Night at the New Paltz Middle School from 6 to 9 p.m. This is being sponsored by Office of Community Wellness. There will be snacks, there will be games, and there will be the movie E.T. And it is free to everybody, but it says not a drop-off event. Don't leave your kids there. Come as family, please. Okay. Coming up, and we'll talk about this one more at our next meeting because it's a little bit further off, but Holiday Hoopla is coming up on December 14th, I believe. So we'll do that major announcement at our next meeting when it's a little closer. Because next week is a holiday, all town offices will be closing at 1 p.m. on Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. And okay, I know it's raining today, but there is a statewide burn ban. It has not been rescinded or lifted. Please, 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 everyone be careful and remind your neighbors and everybody you know. There's also still the drought watch. And so please be conscious of how you're using water. And that's a scary one too. Any other announcements? Do y'all have any announcements, village announcements? Any village announcements?
Last night at our village board meeting, we enacted an emergency declaration related to the
The
drought, just
Mm.
encouraging all community water users to only use water sparingly.
That's a good one. That goes for everybody, yeah.
Yeah, I set a timer for my shower today.
Oh, did you? I
So I
turned
could
it off,
abide.
sea shower, it's turned
Yeah.
off. Yeah, cool. All right, very good.
And I'll just say my usual,
Yep.
which is that there is composting at the town transfer station and at the community center. Just let's, help reduce waste.
That's right.
Mhm.
And reduce volume at the landfill. That's very important.
These people, so think of it or not.
I guess, I always forget because I'm not in my home turf right now, but just want to share the
Yes.
free food fridge exists and it needs everybody to participate for it to keep working great. It's outside Village Hall, 25 Plattekill Avenue. If you're hungry, stop by. And if you ever have any spare food, please donate it. But as we enter Thanksgiving season and other holidays, definitely think about bringing some extra Tupperware with you and putting together some to-go containers for community members to put into the fridge. Just label on top what is in it, in case there's any like allergy concerns. But yeah, please, check out the Millions of Butterflies website for like comprehensive like tips and tricks on how to do donations to the best of your ability, but also don't overthink it. Just write ingredients on things. And yeah, thanks for everyone for continuing to help keep everyone fed.
Very good. Anybody else? Up and down the table? Announcements? No? Yes? No? Okay. All right. So now we come to the part where we ask if there's anyone here for public input. You signed up, right? So please join us, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, sure. You want to sit?
Sure, I'll sit for a moment. So, hello, everybody. Good evening. I wanted to thank you all for all that you do for our community. We talked a little bit about public access already tonight, but besides relation to wetlands and rare birds, we also have the Public Access Committee, which is something I've been a part of going on almost 2 years here. I am a graduate of the college in 2019 in the digital media production realm. And before I came to New Paltz, I was heavily involved in my community in Corning Community College, creating a club to public access streamline. And it was a really great way to start creating documentaries and telling the story of our great community. So New Paltz is a beautiful place, and our digital media production at the college is top of the line. There's every year new documentaries being made. And when I was in school, I made one about a community member named Ludwig Montesa. His family ran Kontiki, and it was a documentary and I got reached out to by the Public Access Committee. We'd love to show this. And it was my first intro to this committee and the idea of creating stories, but also a community bulletin board where anybody can be a creator. Because we all know nowadays with your cell phone, anybody can create media. But the Public Access Committee is about taking that and putting it out to the world. So capturing the New Paltz events, like we were there at the first Juneteenth event, documenting it. We were at the Pride Parade every year. We've been a part of the community, but for the last couple of years, we've been coming together to meet. And instead of discussing new content and ideas, we've been held up because our equipment is not state of the line. It's not a state of the edge, quality HD compared to even our Zoom call here. It was blurry on channel 23, which is also going out to all of the new digital cable boxes because people now watch cable on their phones and everywhere. And the franchise free has not changed for the Village, I know, since before I was born. The last agreement was from 1995, I believe. So there's been a little bit of a holdup of getting this new franchise agreement. And we've finally got one that is drafted. And I wanted to thank people of the community for talking about it. The mayor, deputy mayor, and Kitty Brown. You guys have been very helpful in trying to discuss this over the last couple of years. And Kitty Brown has been working as our liaison on negotiating this with Spectrum. I wanted to just encourage the board to please take a great look at that and realize you'd be giving us the key to the city to start making some high quality content, both for our generation, the younger generation at the college, and helping empower folks in the community of all ages. The most exciting thing is that they've also been willing to give us a $15,000 donation to non-for-profits in the community. So that would be separated in $5,000 to the community center, $5,000 to the New Paltz Rescue Squad, and $5,000 to the Elting Memorial Library. That is because we were fighting them on the senior discount, which was something that was only in New Paltz back from the Time Warner Cable days, where if you paid for 12 months of Spectrum, you got the 13th month free. And I think under 15 people were using that service, and it was kind of a little loophole that their systems just can't handle anymore. They had to go into the computer program. They wanted to see that be a thing of the past as we approach 2025. So in exchange, they're willing to make this hefty donation to all the community of New Paltz. And I think that is very interesting for all of our community members, so that we can benefit them with public access and increased funding for those amazing organizations. So that's all for me. Thank you on behalf of the Public Access Committee. We hope we can get the ball rolling. And I'm very excited to see what we can come up with going into the next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here in the room for public input, public comment? No. Is there anyone on our Zoom call who wants to make public comment? Raise your hand, please. Okay, I guess we're done with public input. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's start the joint part of the meeting then. So we already opened the meeting. Thank you, folks. So Tim, do you want to, so you already did your two new, do you need to talk about your two agenda items?
Are they,
You said what the
I
agenda items.
listed them, but I'd like to move that we adopt both of the two agenda items that I listed.
Very good.
Someone want to second my
Second.
agenda or my motion?
I
All
second
in
that.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, say your names for Roseanne.
Mayor Tim moved, the two Village items. Deputy Mayor Alex seconded, and then everybody was in.
Do you need to vote on it?
We said aye.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It's
Very good.
unanimous.
And just on the Village.
Everyone was in. Sorry.
Yeah, just Edgar has jumped to the Village. He's voted with you guys. Okay.
I always knew we could
Since,
recruit you.
I mean,
Sorry.
I don't know if you care about your order, but since he just spoke, do you want to talk about the Charter Spectrum
Yeah, sure.
thingy? All right, so it's, I think between you and Kitty, you
wanna,
guys know the most.
Come back up to the table and we can. Kitty, why don't you tell us where we're at?
Well, I mean, Joe pretty much crystallized everything that I would have had to say. I've been CCing all the town and village board members since about July on our discussions. And I really ended up being the sort of go-between simply because I was on the Public Access TV committee as the liaison. And it was a subject that kept coming up at our committee meetings saying, where are we with the franchise? So I don't have a whole lot more to add. Can I see? I have a new cataract lens, folks, so I'm a little, whoa. Okay. What we have so far from Charter Spectrum is they will upgrade the public access and government studio to HD, covering the cost of the HD upgrade. As Joe said, they will donate $7,500 twice over the 10-year span of a new contract if both the town and the village agree to a new contract. If either municipality does not want to proceed with a new contract, that $15,000 offer comes off the table. We can each negotiate separately, and we can do that. Let's see,
Is this
2023 franchise fees for the town. I've said you all this before, but just to remind you, for the town, it was $78,987. For the village, it was $40,288. We each have a 3.5% franchise fee that would not change in our new contract unless either municipality wants to raise it or lower it. They can go up or down depending on the number of subscribers for video. And I know a lot of people are wondering now that you can stream cable TV over your streaming service, will that be deducted from the revenue that our municipalities receive? And it will not. As long as those TV channels are being streamed or on your cable box, they will contribute revenue. So the real question before us is, do we want to go ahead with a single contract? And I've sent everybody versions of that. It would be one contract. It would say the town in our version, it would say the village in your version. And if and you've seen all that language, it's mostly about rights of way. It's, you know, where the utilities go. The franchise fee is 3.5%. So that's really what we're here to discuss tonight. I feel that my role as the liaison to the Public Access Committee has gone as far as I'm comfortable going, because I'm just one voting member of all of us here. So I've sent you all the contracts for you to review. And tonight is an opportunity for us to vote individually or separately, or I guess continue the conversation.
Could you remind us what the term of the contract is?
10 years.
10 years, okay. And so this, I'm sorry, was $1,500 twice?
Pardon?
The $1,500 was twice?
15,000.
15,000.
Oh.
One $7,500 payment that would be split between the library, the rescue squad, and Family of New Paltz.
Oh, okay,
I thought it
you
was
said
community
family,
center.
you said
Community
community.
center.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry,
One of them's a community center, right?
Family of New Paltz, the rescue squad, and the library.
Oh, in the library.
Oh.
Okay, I was mistaken
So,
there.
yeah.
That's not a 501c3, yeah. Family of New Paltz.
That's right.
No, but that's a community center is part of the town.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's separate. So that is,
That may have
that's-
been one of the originals we were floating.
yeah,
But at this point, it is the library, the rescue squad, and Family of New Paltz.
oh, great. Great
During the
organization.
10-year term, when are those payments made?
Pardon?
When are they made in the 10-year period? I think half in the first 5 years, or would it be immediately, you know?
If that's the main thing that we need to decide
It's not the main
tonight,
thing, it's just a
Right.
question.
Yeah.
I don't know. But this contract expired in 2023. So it's been a while since, any
discussion has occurred.
So my understanding is like the biggest advantage, and this is where I feel like Spectrum has been in default of their franchise agreement with the town and the village for some time, is that they're required to provide us with equipment so that Channel 23 can be seen. And we know that that's really been the hiccup here, is that they have not, lived up to their side of the agreement.
Yeah, it's able to be seen, but because of some little tweak in our, tower there, that they want to be comfortably, for security reasons, able to have access to be able to stop the station in emergency if they need it, or they have to install this new element, which would allow it to be broadcast from anywhere in the world to New Paltz on HD, high quality. So that new little piece from the 21st century here is what's lacking. And that's really been their big negotiation, is that we'll give it to you when we get a new franchise agreement. It ran out in 2023. The village ran out before the year 2000. So we'll give you what you need, but only when you get this signed. So that's kind of where
Right, but
we're
that's,
at.
I mean, what's frustrating about that is the former agreement, they were supposed to have provided
Yeah.
hardware that actually works. And I
Yeah.
disagree with you. It's not watchable.
Yeah,
Like the quality, like when recent village planning board meetings were aired on public access, it was entirely unwatchable.
for sure. They definitely, it's something that we've offered them solutions to do it ourselves even, and said, hey, we have the technological skills to do this. And they said, sorry, it has to be our way if you want to go on our airwaves. And it's cost money, it is thousands of dollars upgrade. They're willing to take those costs to make it better as soon as this agreement goes through, and then we can really start airing meetings at high quality on a scheduled basis, having a real schedule with my social media skills to say, here, people can put community events, things that you guys included in your announcements, all on there in HD, both online, and on cable where.
But
other
are
folks
you
can see
also
it.
getting new hardware that will be located at the community center?
Yes, this would be their hardware that they would give us, to do this. We already have the equipment we need to broadcast in HD, but this piece that they would offer us will allow it to be broadcast. Because it's just this one little piece in the connection. If it was two pipes, it's the middle piece that we need to fix. This is what's on the table now, and then we'd be able to really start telling, because I've wanted to tell students, I think it'll actually increase engagement in Spectrum if they say, oh my gosh, if I'm part of the video club, I get to see my stuff on at 7 o'clock. It's very exciting to have distribution,
But only if they have a cable TV subscription.
Yeah.
so that's the thing, it might increase, you might see more cable subscriptions and more franchise fees, because they'll say, let's go down to Spectrum and get this in our student home. When now it might be more of a senior demographic. If we have a fun channel on there of all things New Paltz, including student shows, student bands, student music, you might see houses like my college house say, let's go down. They bundle it with our internet and our home. Let's get cable. It's not boring anymore if you give the people public access to create their own content and have it go out there. I think that will make it a more exciting channel, and you guys might see an increase in franchise fees in a couple of years.
So if I want to do that, like I currently have internet only.
Mhm.
So if I want to bundle and get internet plus cable TV, how much does the basic cable TV subscription cost?
They've got different deals that range from under $60 a month. But if you work with them, it differs if you have also a landline. But I think under $60 a month for some people, it's a jump from 35 to 70. I believe it's in that range right now. So for some students, that might be, that's worth going to the movies 3 times and you get to see your own movie on cable all month long. So we could create the community center essentially being like a studio for people to come in. And if you wanted to have a half an hour to talk about birds in the bird sanctuary, we would set you up. We could get a student club going to facilitate that. So I think it would really, give us this key, like I said, the key to the city, to give everyone the access to start putting out high quality. Because we've been in a handcuffs, because we would say, yeah, it'll look great on our YouTube channel, Instagram, TikTok, But the main form of public access was going out on the satellite, the interwebs. In the seventies and early days, it was NBC, CBS, CBS, ABC, and public access. And it was a very big deal. So we know that you can watch anything, anytime, but having access to a high quality channel here, I think would showcase the unique nature of New Paltz that makes it such a beautiful town and build an archive of all of the history of this town, way back from the oldest street in America on Huguenot up to 2025's, what does this current generation have to bring to the table? So I think it would really be wise of us to give these community organizations $5,000 over the next decade, give the community high quality HD public access channel that we can start lifting off at the expense of, a couple of seniors not having that 1 month free. I think it's an easy deal. Yeah.
So, one question that I know people out there in the public must be wondering is how did that like donation number come up? Is it based on any math or anything? And I know the answer is probably
At
no.
our meetings, at our public, you're on the same committee as I am. We talked
was,
about, what would be a fair exchange for asking our seniors to give up this 1 month of free service? And we just thought, well, what are the public services that we can help endow a little bit if we go back to Spectrum and say, if these people are going to be asked to give up this benefit, how does it benefit the whole community? And so we sort of brainstormed at the meetings, I guess you were there, what are the local public services that, are a big part of our budget that we can help endow if we trade off the senior discount. And so we threw out a bunch of lists. The community center was on one, but we ended up thinking of these three: the library, the rescue squad, and the
Family of New Paltz.
Right, but I
family.
think the
But I
question
meant
was the amount.
The dollar amount,
I think
yeah.
that
the
was the
math.
first amount we threw out, brainstorming. We're like, what if we could get, $15,000 for local non-for-profits? And they said, yeah, let's, but we did negotiate with them for like we said, 2 years here, going back and forth. What if we grandfather in the people with the senior discount? What if we, continue the senior discount? What if we did it? What if we increase the franchise fee? I came and reported to the village about a year ago and said, if we raised it, 30 cents, or we could get a little bit extra. Now it's like, keep it as it is with the franchise fees, but see if we can offer the community. It's hard to turn away a, corporation like Spectrum offering money into the hands of these non-for-profits. I think that offers a lot.
Just to clarify, we did originally go to Spectrum and ask for $1,000 a year for 3 nonprofits. And that would have been $30,000. And Alex Gramada, who is the Spectrum person that I have been the intermediary with, brought it to Spectrum. They came back and said, not 30,000, but we will do 15,000.
Well, I don't think we should really spend that much time. These are not material numbers, right? They're gonna make a donation of $500 to the rescue squad. That's not really
Well,
that.
It was
So the next-
$5,000.
We can,
Yeah.
let's move
Okay.
forward with like what we're discussing. but-
Well, so do we want to, I think it's time actually to turn over the negotiations to you and to the supervisor. I'm just the liaison to this committee, but I should not be
Yeah.
the negotiator on this. So do you want to
It's
take?
5,000, not 500.
No,
Yeah.
it's definitely $500 per year,
Per year.
right?
Per year.
Per year.
$7,500
Yeah.
to
So-
3 nonprofits is
Okay.
$500 a year.
Yeah, and it serves the whole
And-
community. Not all seniors are, have cable, but all seniors have access to the community center, Family of New Paltz, and these organizations that help our whole community. So it seems like an easy exchange for us to say, okay, let go of this thing from 15 years ago where we had 1 month of free, cable, and let us go into the 21st century with a high definition public access. Just that would have been, seems like a great deal to me. This is a cherry on top of saying, what can you offer the community in exchange for that lost benefit, as Kitty put it?
Okay, so I think we understand how excited you are about it. I think what we need to understand is, what if we don't do this? Is there some other outfit out there instead of Spectrum? Do we go with Optum, or, is there anything like
Well,
that?
we can't.
No.
Okay, I'm just
That's what
asking
a
the
franchise
question.
Yeah.
is all about.
Yeah.
This is pretty much
Yeah,
it.
no,
This committee, this is kind of,
Good.
they've been banging the heads of the older generation of the guys who've been a part of this. Witnessed it at its heights with Village of New Paltz and Taste of New Paltz. And I think they're so frustrated by how long this process has taken. So I've brought in some new blood. I got a couple of my friends who live in the community still, digital young filmmakers. And I'm willing to keep coming here as long as it takes, but the committee is at the verge of, throwing in the towel like many public access stations have. It's a sad thing that the era of Mr. Rogers and his neighborhood has died, and there's not public access in every community. But right in Saugerties, they have a brand new station. They got a new franchise agreement. It took Spectrum a couple of months. They got it. And now Saugerties is thriving with a public access station. So if this doesn't work out, I think some of the public access committee members might throw in the towel and say, we've tried for 2 years. Since I've been here, those guys have been trying for almost a decade. New Paltz Public Access might die.
Okay, so I think we all understand that. So Kitty, you're saying what you think next steps are?
I think the next step is is for the mayor and the supervisor to negotiate with Spectrum. I think I've been a sort of unqualified
Right.
negotiator so far. I think at this point, we have an offer from them, and I think it's up to the mayor and the supervisor to carry on negotiations.
Okay, so Tim, do you want to, we really, I'm sorry, but we are spending a lot of
Is
time.
that what
on
you
this.
circulated though? Was that a draft agreement?
Yes.
Okay, so we can take a look at that, and
Yeah, I
apparently
think
we
so.
can do them independently. But if we do, we don't get something. I kind of lost track of everything there. Okay,
If we
We
stay
don't
as
get
we
those
are,
donations.
some number of senior citizens will continue to go to the local Spectrum office and try to persuade the staff there that they are entitled to 1 month of free cable TV. They don't get the internet back. They don't get any of those other things, but whatever they're paying for cable TV, if they have been paying their bills all this time, and if they have been grandfathered in, they are still entitled to collect it. The number I heard was that there are about 10 seniors. I'm one of them. I went up there in February and I got my $70. So that's where we are right now.
okay. All right, I always like to know all the possible scenarios. There's this scenario, there's the scenario where apparently we don't do anything because they've been without a contract since 23. What?
If we don't do anything, I mean, I can't imagine they would do this, but Spectrum does have the legal right to say you're not.
No more
in
franchise fee.
compliance with our,
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah,
see that.
they also.
Then
not
what?
be able
But,
to
you
use
know,
it right of way.
let's
Right.
That's the
negotiate a good
thing.
deal.
Right.
Let's get a good deal.
Okay,
Okay.
so, all right, I appreciate all the work you
Yes, good
and
job.
you have done, and we will take it up. So is there some kind of deadline that this has to be done by?
Yeah, that's what I was like trying to find, like just rereading it real quick. Do you know if there's a deadline?
I think Kitty was on the front lines in the negotiation. We would love to see this going before the next year. I mean, it's been 2023. So I would say before the end of December, if we could, we would love to move forward in the next semester and get things started.
Cool.
Fair.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
that's
much
good.
for everything.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you all for
Thanks,
considering it.
Carol.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Sharing tonight.
Okay, next thing is I have to do something. All right, the efficient government study. Now, I might have stepped into something here that I didn't understand. So
I just wanted to put this on the agenda just to provide an update to the town and village board, right? So like last January, we started this conversation where we would take a closer look at the possibility of doing a board initiated study. So, that's where we're getting the town board and the village board to support the idea of taking a closer look at a more efficient government, whether it's, via consolidation or dissolution, just whatever legal jargon is spelled out in Article 17A of General Municipal Law. We're kind of agnostic about that. Like, our goal is to just, how do we make things more efficient and right-sized for New Paltz taxpayers. So, we have talked about the idea of working on consolidation. What was really unique is that no other community has done consolidation. I feel like we've kind of learned why no other community has done it, because it's really hard. Like, I feel like our town board and village board are both very interested in moving forward, but because of all the moving parts and timing, like it's hard, because we have two different boards, we have two different schedules. Then we have to, like in our instance, like the village took the lead and applied for a Craig grant from the Department of State. We both worked together to put out an RFP, and we had consultants respond. We then interviewed those consultants, and then we selected LaBerge. LaBerge continues to be very excited about, taking a hard look at this opportunity for New
Can
Paltz.
we back up on that? I thought LaBerge withdrew.
Yes, LaBerge said that they, because they were frustrated by the contract that we had worked on, and then they felt that it was kind of like an uncomfortable move to unilaterally provide new comments to their contract. And they just felt like it was an inefficient way to move forward with this project. So, if that's how they feel about it, I mean, I've spent a lot of time working with them and speaking with, folks up in the village of Tannersville who has hired them to help them with their dissolution study. And, it's been really illuminating for me talking to the folks up in Tannersville, because they're like a couple of steps ahead of us. Their village board just voted the other day to hold a referendum in January so that they would end up being part of the town of Hunter. So their situation's like very similar, but also somewhat different than ours. And the individuals that have reported back to me about their experience with LaBerge has been like super positive. Even people who are very critical and concerned about like all the moving parts. So what I wanted to share, on behalf of our village board is that, we have been in like kind of an update mode with the Department of State and Carl Ublocker to take the work plan that had been circulated and to update that work plan. So it's a clean and mean village project. And the same thing with the budget, because that was part of the challenge that, really frustrated the Department of State and frustrated LaBerge. Is like, we have these two entities and who's saying this and who's saying that. It was just a very, to me, it's almost like a case study as to why having two boards is inefficient.
Can I just interrupt again? So the village has been in active discussions with.
Well, nothing has changed. So we
But,
applied for.
I mean, since
we-
LaBerge withdrew,
We have.
you have been in
Nothing,
touch with
nothing has
the
changed,
state,
right?
with
So we
DREG.
applied for a grant from the Department of State. We're just following through on the grant that we applied for. We invited the town in to be our partner, and then it seemed like that was not like a happy marriage. So we're just continuing with
Wait a minute.
the grant that we applied for.
Well, we
I
both
thought we were
signed a
still
resolution
engaged.
to work on
I
this.
didn't know
Both the town and
the
village
marriage
signed the
was
we signed the resolution to work on, at that time it was called coterminous, but then it evolved into
It's just
consolidation.
right, like that, again, we're like agnostic about,
What it's called,
what it's.
government
called
efficiency,
17A.
about
but we
how
both
to
committed to
make-
do it.
How to make things streamlined and more efficient for New Paltz residents.
So, okay, so what does the town get to do now?
Really the same thing as before, except without like official responsibilities, and you're not providing a match for the grant.
So are you talking to the state about consolidation or dissolution?
Legally dissolution.
So the town really
What?
doesn't have any.
Well, no, we have to because.
And that's why that you have to, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like if we want to end up with the most efficient form of government, our plan is to, have regular meetings, have workshops, have everyone involved. But that's why there are 18 communities that have dissolved that are receiving the Citizens Empowerment Tax Credit. Whereas there are none that have consolidated under Article 17A for kind of the crash course that we took this past year.
Okay, so let me see if I understand is that the town board and members would still be involved in, so there's the study, but there's the plan, right? The plan is how does it work? And that part you have to work together because
100%,
it wouldn't make any sense.
Is
Alright.
that's the piece that then it's like, if the referendum is successful, then you go back to DOS and ask for implementation. money.
Right, okay,
Well,
so,
my understanding,
The referendum will be for the dissolution of the village.
Yes,
Thank you.
And only the village votes on
yes.
but the plan that would then support that would be something that's done jointly yeah, and so we would have,
The only way it will be successful.
and so.
Yeah.
we
I
will-
mean,
Right, so we will have input to how it works and we will have something to do with the decision of what that plan ultimately is?
yes.
Okay, promise, Tim.
It's not up to me.
don't know.
I mean, I think what's super unique about this is like, personally, I believe in this so much that like, I'm essentially talking myself out of a job. Right?
Yeah,
That's
or
another
me.
reason-
You
No,
don't
but
know who it
that's
could be.
another reason why, these things, are often not seen, even if they
Yeah.
make a good deal of sense at face value.
Okay, well, I think, so my understanding is that if the village is dissolved, essentially, yeah, like anybody could be gone in the village, right? I mean, there's not, so what holes are, this is the part you'll have to explain to us. Like, because we don't want to see everybody in the village suddenly like, whoop, the next day, like, oh, we don't work for
Yeah.
the village anymore. That's silly.
plan.
No, you've got,
I mean,
that's
that's
the plan.
that the voters
How it
are
works.
voting on.
Yeah, how to make it
Right?
work.
It's like the services that they've learned to count on.
Will still be there,
Would be articulated in that plan. That's what they're voting on.
right? And we'd still each,
I would recommend anyone look at the Tannersville plan. It's on their website.
right,
The website's
Um,
awesome. It's very comprehensive, easy to read. Yeah.
It's a great
So-
example of like promise less, deliver more.
back to, I thought we were still at a stage where we were contemplating consolidation. And for me, the advantage of consolidation is that our 88 town employees, everybody in the community gets to help create the plan. And then we all get to vote on it. And if for some reason the town people vote no, and the village people vote yes, then you have a mandate to go forward with dissolution. But during that study, and I think CGR said they could do a consolidation study in 6 months, right? So during that 6 months, all of our employees get to understand how each department works and what it would mean to merge their services. So, my hope is that we can, since LaBerge has withdrawn.
No, LaBerge has not
Well,
withdrawn.
the letter
We're-
that we
are
got
the
from them
village.
said we are not interested in working with you.
Right, they didn't want to work in the way.
Wait,
where
they didn't
were
want to work
two
with,
boards.
yeah. Okay, but now they're gonna still have to for the plan.
So they don't.
They still have to
just
work
don't
with
want
us for the
to sit down.
plan.
Interfacing with the
They're
village.
interfacing with us, like we're the project manager.
Okay, but they're still gonna have to, whatever the meetings are, whatever the deliverables
Yeah.
are, they still have to work with all of us.
Well, we would demand that anyways, because that's how we're gonna end up with a better work product.
Right,
But
okay,
isn't it just sort of awkward to come to the town employees and say, you're not gonna get to vote on this. You're not really gonna get to participate in the design.
Well,
But we are gonna be a happy family.
Yeah.
If dissolution occurs. Why not go with a consolidation
Tried
study?
that.
yeah.
So that.
We tried
Pardon?
it.
Actually, okay, so I don't want to get into the middle of that, but what I am hearing Tim say, and this is on tape, Tim, it's like there, is that we will be involved in the plan. We will have input to the plan. The employees and the town board and everyone will be involved in the plan that occurs. Just
Yeah,
as we
it's
would have
the only
been,
way it's gonna be
yeah,
successful.
so,
Okay, well, I guess if it's a village initiated plan. Part of what you do has to be an implementation plan.
it's not implementation yet. It's how would it
Well,
work?
my understanding.
It's only
is-
implementation if the
government-
referendum succeeds.
Pardon?
It's only an implementation plan. You only enter that phase if a referendum is successful.
I mean,
I
maybe
thought in order to go to referendum, you had to have.
you have
a
to have the
plan.
study and a plan. You
Yeah,
do
but it's
have a
not an
plan.
implementation plan.
It's
Well-
the first step.
So. Well, if this is in process, the town has really no say in it, right? You're
Well,
just letting us
that's not
know.
the way, I mean, the reason that
hope
we
they
put this as the first thing as an agenda item on this joint town meeting is because we want to have a regular line of communication on this topic.
I hope so.
And we could do it just like this. It can go back and forth between a village meeting and a town meeting. I mean, a lot of it's gonna be done offline and reporting back into the boards.
Yeah, Kitty, I think you're absolutely right. You could just have a village that acts unilaterally, but I don't think that serves our community. I don't think that's what we're trying to do. And that's never.
I don't
what
think
we
that would be
tried.
successful
No, I don't
anyway.
either.
Well, I don't think you could come up with a plan unilaterally without involving.
No, you could come up with a
could do it,
dissolution
but-
plan, and if the voters wanted to do that for whatever reason, there's been many villages that have dissolved.
But whatever that is, it's like, too bad, now you have to come live with us.
Totally, and that's
So
not,
that
what-
doesn't, yeah.
that's not the way we're.
We don't wanna
approaching
make
this. I
that
think
happen.
that's- We're gonna, that's a forfeited opportunity.
Okay, I just feel the awkward part is that LaBerge said,
Yeah.
to the town is the way I feel about it.
Yeah.
Because you're saying it was us, not you. It was us they didn't like and.
I don't think it's really about, finger pointing. I think it's about like putting our best foot forward
Okay.
and working together. Like Amanda, like you and I have regular calls. I really enjoy working with you. Like you care about this community. You want to make the right decisions. Like
We
we're trying to do, it's like,
we were trying to build in some accountable structure and cost containment before, and
Yep.
if they didn't want to talk about that. So you're saying now that we will have all the involvement we would have had without, in contributing in kind, our employees' time and effort, but we don't have to have a budget item to pay for anything.
right,
Correct.
that simplifies it. Department of State didn't want to do it that way either.
Okay, so do we still have to have some kind of IMA? There's no money involved, but there's
No,
there's
we
commitment
don't
of
have to
people.
have an IMA. I mean, that's why like it's just like a cleaner process.
Okay.
And
But
we don't really have a
you-
choice though, because you're doing it anyway, correct?
Well,
Well, I think our
I just wanna be
board is
clear.
very interested in doing it. And this is not unique. This is like actually the more common approach, like the consolidation approach. It's some
Hasn't
sort of
happened very
like
A lot of the
polyamorous
villages are
relationship.
small.
Yeah.
That's why those are probably harder.
I think some of the things I'm sorry, some of the things we would need to all understand and hash out is like what happens to each municipality's debt, when it's put, things like that.
Yeah, and that all gets addressed in. the
Yeah.
Well,
implementation.
I mean, I think we know the answers to that, right? Each municipality's debt stays, like your water and infrastructure debt stays with the users in the village and our,
Well,
you know,
if
other
that's how we
debt.
design it. for
well,
sure.
I mean, that.
Mm,
I mean, that's how I
pretty
believe
much
it
the
would be
law,
equitable.
Yeah.
Did you
right?
have a
And
question?
Whoever has the debt now keeps their debt. But I did not know until this moment that you were continuing to work with LaBerge. I thought that the letter we got from them was, we're not interested in working with any of you.
Should have called
And-
me.
Pardon?
Well, it
Should have
didn't
called me.
matter to us to do-
Well,
Well, I reached out to them and they didn't ever respond
you know,
again.
so
So
we
don't
wrote
deal with
back
you.
to them and said, wait a minute, this is a negotiation, come back. And we never heard back from them.
I do definitely have some pause about
continuing with a company that doesn't want to work with half of the stakeholders. That's really problematic for me. I'm all for dissolution, and I think everybody needs to have an equal say, and for us to be working with a party that doesn't like half of us doesn't feel right.
I have to support Essie in what she's saying. So we have a monkey wrench here.
We don't really have a monkey wrench.
No, they can do-
We're gonna do it.
Yeah, they're gonna do it anyway.
You're gonna do it
And
anyway.
we're gonna,
Good luck.
Yeah.
we're gonna, you know, proceed with a dissolution study, and we're gonna show you something
With
that I think
reverse.
you're gonna be very pleased with.
We don't
I
have a
hope so.
problem with you doing the dissolution study. We just would have appreciated it being with a consultant who was open to working with all of us. I mean, it just.
I also
We had
like,
to start the
I
process
understand their
over.
frustration too, right? Like for
Like with someone
months
new?
and months and months, we kept asking to move forward,
Mhm.
right? And that was why they became frustrated.
But at the end of the day, we've talked about the fact that this is not a process that can be rushed. So if we have an organization or a company that doesn't like the way all of us collectively are moving, it seems like maybe they're not the right ones for us then.
And you fail to forget that we had a brand new board in transition from.
We had a
June
With a lot
to July.
going on. Yeah,
And it's very inconsiderate not to consider that.
yeah. I would really love for you all to consider finding someone who is willing to work with all of us.
Yeah, we can
start.
have a, you know,
I will
I
just
have no,
point out
I
that
don't have any,
the other consultant, you know, has joined by Zoom, is obviously not part of this conversation, but
Hmm.
again, as I say, until 10 minutes ago,
we had
I-
we had a process where we selected this consultant.
I
Right,
get it, but
right,
then
but
they
then they
said, we don't
pulled
want to
out.
play, we want
Right,
to
but
play with
the
half of you and
agreement
not the
was
rest
with-
of you.
Was with the village, right? We were the lead. We wrote the grant. We, you know, wrote the RFP, like.
right, but our
There's no
understanding
change.
was
But
that
we all voted for that consultant. We all agreed.
We asked you to support the consultant that we
Right.
voted for. that
because we were.
selected.
As far as-
And we did, they didn't want us.
Yeah.
Right, after months and months and months of delay. I mean, personally, I was feeling incredibly frustrated myself and worried that the project was being
Well, no,
derailed.
the Fairweather.
I'm frustrated about it
project
too, but I
took
want-
2 years, you know?
Yeah, and people's questions need to be answered. People need to be very clear and very
But
understanding
we
about
weren't
what's
even
happening.
getting to questions. That was the problem. We weren't even discussing consolidation.
I think we were.
Okay, well, it's
I
8:00,
thought we were.
8:15, so I mean, you guys are gonna do what it is you want to do. Like I said, I'd love for us to work better together and with somebody who's willing to
And
do
we
that with
will.
all of us.
We will.
Okay,
Yeah, definitely. It like these processes that are so like weird and oblique and like state processes like get also things so confusing too, you know, when the whole RFP process happens and decisions get made and stuff. And that's where it got really hairy, I think, definitely. So I don't know, let's just keep like working together and being in contact with each other and like keep showing up at each other's meetings and calling each other and emailing, texting and
Yes,
walking and
open
talking.
lines, Yep.
Let's do all the things. And the processes will play out the way New York State Municipal Code dictates, and we'll see what happens next.
So can we just have a bird's eye view of a work plan of how the consultant that you have chosen is going to work with the 80 town employees who get no say in this final vote?
Yeah, I wish you wouldn't frame it that way. Katie.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of like the defeatist attitude that we were worried about, and
we
we were
have
starting to
another
feel really
route, though.
frustrated with.
But we have the opposite of a defeatist attitude, which is to go with the consultant. Whether or not we end up with a consolidation plan, if both municipalities are part of the study, everybody has all the data, everybody understands what it's gonna look like. And that just seems like,
Well, you have my word that everyone will be included.
every,
And I
well,
second
I
that.
don't, I guess I need to see how that is gonna work, because our employees are gonna be asked to, I don't know, to work on a plan that they don't get to vote on.
that's the only part. Yeah, so I would
When
say.
you're assuming that they're town residents?
Most of them are.
Okay,
Well, okay, the point is that we get to vote on what the plan is that gets put to the referendum.
right,
Because we,
if
in
the
the,
referendum's successful.
well, the internal plan of, that becomes part of the referendum, because that's what you have to put out there to the public is, here's the results of the study, and now here's the proposal of how, you know, a plan to make it happen. That's, we have to be part of, and we have to agree on.
Yeah, we have to move forward, right? We have a very inefficient form of government. In a million years, you would never design a government the way this government currently functions. And additionally, there's the Citizens Empowerment Tax Credit. We are eligible for $1 million. Like, there are numerous communities receiving this money. Like, you know, I'm talking to people in Albany about this opportunity. They're very excited. That's why we were on that top 100 of
Oh,
city and state, you know,
Mhm.
because we are
Sure.
working on this.
I love that.
And we're a larger community compared to other villages that would just, you know, it's like by you know, it's like when projects take so long, that's how they get derailed. And like, we have to move forward.
Well, I will
We should
just
move
point
forward,
out,
I agree.
we all saw the CGR proposal today, and they recognize that they get it done in 6 months, but I guess it's.
And
Yeah.
and
And
Steve
for-
Jar was also, their price was
Less.
more than LaBerge, and that was
I
a
saw
big sticking point.
57,000.
What?
I thought it was 57,000.
I believe it was 80,000 was the number in their proposal.
We should
I
be
don't
taking
know.
it
It's like,
But it.
We
it
can't.
is-
I know.
I don't know, I guess.
Further down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. Okay, all right, so I'm not quite sure where we are with this,
I have a
other
question,
than
if you don't mind.
disappointed.
I was just wondering, is there something, are you happy with it being dissolution as opposed to coterminous? Or,
there's no coterminus.
Coterminous is.
We're gonna
pretty
make a
much-
new town.
so the other one, the one we were going for. was
Consolidation, oh, the,
Consolidation.
That is it.
Is there anything that is?
I think this
in
might
your
be, I
opinion?
think, you know, based on what we've experienced, I think this will be a cleaner, more efficient approach to moving this
just they get to do it.
forward. Like,
Yes.
it was like, you know, we would have a meeting about having a meeting, one after another.
So there's nothing that you are,
I
that
mean,
we're
I
missing
want,
in
we,
the other form.
I feel like we have, like, we have a moral obligation, that's the way I look at it, to prepare future leaders for a more efficient New Paltz. I think what we are doing is harmful. I wholeheartedly.
What are we
believe
doing?
that.
Which part is harmful? What, okay,
So, oh, the way we exist.
Oh.
Yeah.
what you mean with the village and the town?
Yeah.
Yes, we're not doing master planning, we're not
with that.
making decisions about how to invest in our, you know, water and sewer infrastructure collaboratively. Like,
Mhm.
we're not doing,
Right.
you know, it's like
When
our staff
towns have
does
an
a
issue,
great
they don't know
job
where to
of,
go.
you know, throwing Band-Aids at stuff,
Yes.
working together best
That
they
part is true.
can, you know, we're lucky. And like, we should not be running a government based on the fact that, well, fortunately, Chris Marks and Blue have a good working relationship. That's not a government. That's just dumb luck.
We are so lucky.
No comment.
Okay, well, it's been that way for.
I just have to say that I don't think we are doing anybody harm at the moment.
Oh, I
with
do.
that
I
200.
wholeheartedly
absolutely do
believe
not.
that we are
okay.
not.
I think our employees on both sides do a fantastic.
I'm not
job.
saying the
Yes,
employees,
you
I'm
said that.
saying the boards
Oh,
are
it's-
being harmful by,
We can do better.
Yeah,
like,
okay,
for instance, I met a staff who was hired here. I did not know that they were in a new position. Like, I'm
Here, as in the
totally
town,
unaware of what goes on.
in the town?
Yes,
Oh, well,
well,
you're the mayor of the village.
yeah. you could
I'm
come to
also
more
the
of our
town
meetings.
taxpayer.
Yes,
I'm also like the.
But, I mean, we
You,
announced.
I
this
live in
new
the village, I do
hires
not
at
know
our
every
board
employee
meeting.
of the
And that's
village.
not an efficient way to run
Okay,
the government.
all right,
Like, we
okay.
announce stuff too. We put things in the paper, like,
Yeah.
I'm hyper communicative with all the stuff that I
Okay.
work on, but that does not
Okay.
mean that.
So,
It's hard for the
That's
public
right.
to follow, you
Yes,
know, and
yes.
we all know this because we
Yes.
live it. We do.
okay, so let's say this is a good way to get started on this, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it a lot more.
Mhm.
Would you like to go to county waste, sir?
Sure, So we have a single hauler contract, we're in the midst of our second 5-year term. This term expires on May 31st, 2028. I imagine, what the boards, a year before that expiration date will do is they'll put out another RFP, just like they did when the first term was expiring, and, the hope is that you have several haulers bid on the opportunity to be the single hauler for our townwide community.
Right. Okay, so why was it on the agenda?
Just to, I think we should probably get in the habit of providing regular updates for how this works. And you know what? Sometimes you're gonna get pissed off and frustrated, not you, but me, all of us, about whatever our single hauler is doing. Maybe they missed something. I encourage people to tell me if they have a complaint, because I don't have any problem escalating something and messaging the manager of county waste to tell them that they need to address like even an individual property. So
Right.
I feel like, that feels frustrating and inefficient, but like, I mean, I also know many people who are very happy with the fact that, they're paying less for their trash service. They're not having missed pickup dates and,
Only one
and also like,
garbage can in your
I-
neighborhood, yeah.
also like the recycling materials,
They can do a lot.
facility, they're,
They can do it.
they're recycling 3 times as many products up in their MRF in Albany than you would be if you were using the Ulster County owned MRF.
Right.
You can trust.
So
that
we're
they
recycling
are
a whole lot
actually
of stuff.
recycling. There's been some question about, because people see it go in the same truck.
No,
but there's
I've
a
watched it.
division.
Yeah, I've watched it work.
Or the
It does.
divider but we can trust that it's actually getting recycled.
I've took tours of the MRF on 2 different occasions, and if anyone wants to go up to Albany and see how the thing works.
I was just gonna say, it might be time for another field
Yeah.
trip.
Yeah, field trip.
So the one thing I can tell you is that they are supposed to be giving us a monthly report of complaints they get. We have not been getting those. So we do need to work more with their management. They had a changeover in management. We were hoping that was gonna be, positive, but it seemed now, whatever. So we're gonna we continue to work with them on that. And certainly every customer who has an issue should call them directly and register those complaints. But if they aren't getting anywhere, they get frustrated, then yeah, we're the next line of trying to bring more pressure on them.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think that's our role as,
yep,
as
right. Okay,
who signed on to this contract.
the other really interesting thing was the request to DOT to reduce the speed limit on North Chestnut, because clearly there's a lot of building going on there. There's gonna be a lot more people, a lot more cars, a lot more pedestrians, a lot more bicyclists. So this would be a letter to the DOT signed by both town and village boards for this
This is
request.
a joint resolution officially asking for the, it's gotta be a resolution. I don't think the DOT likes letters.
Okay, resolution.
But just that we're asking for the speed limit to be 30 miles an hour when you enter the village on North Chestnut. As Bill pointed out at our meeting last night, then it would start. Or it would go, like, what was it, 1,400 feet above the village boundary? That's where
How
it
far?
would go from 55 to 40, and then it goes to 30 at the village boundary. So that's basically our request. Because now it's like 40 when you enter the village.
So how
It is.
far north would that be, like to Clarkson's or the old Agways or where,
Yeah, give us a landmark.
where?
And
Ann Street.
would
Oh,
begin the
okay.
30.
So that's south of Shivertown.
So Ann Street is where the 30 would begin. So between Ann and where the 55 is, it'd be 40 for a shorter stretch. 40.
40 now, yeah.
40.
Which would include Duzine's entrance, Sunset Bridge.
That's 40 miles an hour.
I know.
It is
Yeah,
now.
which is
yeah.
bonkers.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
actually a
think-
good,
Trust me, I know.
okay.
The
So
buses have to try to leave and.
Yeah, it's hard.
I thought we
I know.
had that in.
Oh, you're saying Ann Street is the village boundary.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
But it'll.
But
be
you know where
now
the
30.
sign where it says like you're entering the village, I'm assuming that that is the village boundary. But then, so it would be 40 miles an hour, 1,400 feet above north of that sign. Because currently it's 50.
So it's actually slower, that's 50. It's 50 miles.
So you
Yeah.
would, so you would
Main Street,
extend the 30 mile
Yep.
per hour and you would extend the 40 mile an hour, and then so the 55 would start further north, is that what
Yeah,
you're?
the
Yeah.
Okay,
55 would start further. north.
okay,
So the initial feedback when we were up at the county building with developers, because there's three big developers. So we tried to have like a meeting where everyone was all in the same room at the same time and DOT was there and they were. They seemed like it was a pretty straightforward ask.
okay. So do we want one joint resolution or two
Yeah.
separate ones? One joint one, and I think Mike had drafted one. or
Yeah,
something?
Mike circulated a draft.
Okay, so for some reason it didn't end up in our packet.
Okay.
All right, but do we want to vote on it tonight? Do we?
I think we should. I'm gonna move that we,
move it.
that we agree to and then submit this resolution as a village board
I
as part of the
second.
joint resolution to the DOT.
Mhm.
You second, all in favor?
That was Alex.
I just
Alex seconded for
I
the
just-
village.
want to ask if this is enough, given the new development that's gonna be on 32 North, which is already seeing a huge increase in traffic. And I wonder if just reducing the speed limit is, I mean, we know that Shivertown is a terrible accident-prone place. And the flashing light doesn't always help. So, I mean, I appreciate that we're trying to be ahead of these new, it's like 500 new units are gonna be on 32 North. So I'm just wondering if reducing the speed limit is enough of a safety hedge.
What else do you want to ask for?
Well, you know, boy, they put in a stoplight right quick at the new Zero Place. I don't know if we want to go that
You mean it,
far.
Henry?
And Henry W.
That's it, Henry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I think of it as zero, but you're right, it's right past Zero
next.
Place.
The
So.
impetus for that was not Zero Place, it was actually the Stewards.
Yeah.
Pardon?
The
And it
impetus
was
was the
necessary.
Stewards, not Zero Place.
Okay.
But where would you put
I don't
another
know. I
stoplight
mean-
at Shivertown?
Yeah, where are you proposing the stoplight would go?
I'm just wondering, now that we're recognizing there are gonna be 500 new units, is reducing the speed limit to 40 really
Well,
going
it's
to
30.
increase?
30.
It'll be 30. by-
30.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess maybe people will slow
So
down.
DOT and the planning board and the traffic engineers, they're looking at that. That like, one of the things the DOT wants, so there'll be bike lanes and on-street parking, but they want everything to have like a consistent feel. So like everything north of Trib 13, they're figuring that out. I feel like they're still deliberating on whether the bike lane will be inside the car or outside of the car. But so your question is like, is it enough? Like, I think this is just one piece that we need to vote on, like, we're not the planning board, but all those other questions that you're asking, that's what the planning board is working on.
Okay,
This is just our responsibility, like, the planning board can't ask for a speed limit change, but we can.
Okay, so this is our discussion. The motion is still there to adopt the joint resolution asking for the speed limit change.
They
He
already
made-
voted.
Well, I think we
Okay, the
approved
village
it as a
approved
village
it.
board.
Yes.
Now.
You guys just can do it if you want.
All right, do I hear a motion from the town board?
So moved, Julie.
Second.
Second.
Okay, Edgar, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Okay, very good. Oh my gosh, we did something together.
I'm excited and I can't wait for it to be slower there.
Yeah, well, the main thing is getting people to actually do it. Yes, Matt's over there, yes, because right now people are not even doing 30 when they're supposed to do 30 or 40 and they're supposed to do 40. All right,
Thank you.
do you guys need to adjourn or something?
Second, Alex.
Yeah, they're done.
Rosanna, did you get that?
They're on play.
Yes, got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne.
Thanks, Rosanna.
Do you want to vote on it? Yes, oh, sorry.
You guys have done it for the night?
No,
The town is still. Village.
On the dissolving of the village
Um,
and using Annabelle and Hunter as a comparison.
Hmm,
That's a much smaller area.
yeah,
Have you looked into, Mayor,
it's 500 people.
a village and town that's similar to our town size, wise population size? Because it's just the back door of the consolidation the way it is. It's just my comment.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely is a backdoor, yes.
But I'm concerned of who you working with or looking at for advice or how they did it. That's my concern. Because this is a unique area here in New Paltz.
Very.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Okay, y'all, thank you for coming and we'll see you at another meeting real soon. Okay, did you sign all yours?
Two signatures were good, right? Like, cause some of my, they were already signatures and I didn't sign, I didn't sign them a third time. Oh, by now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think there was somewhere she had done it. Okay, all right. Okay,
It's fine. Thanks for coming.
thank you. Bye-bye. You don't forget anything. Oh, we'll
That
take
was
them in.
from.
Those are from Kara, but we can put them in the community
Okay.
center or something. All right, those of
I
you
think
who have been, thank you for your patience. We still have a lot of meeting to do, so we are now going to interview a potential ZBA member.
Who's on, I don't know, 8 in weeks?
Who what?
Someone up in the waiting room.
I do not know who that is.
I don't even.
I am so sorry, Northwest Aiden Weeks, but we're just gonna let you. We don't know who the person is. There's a person in the waiting room.
Oh.
I got,
Let's ask Rosanna to find out who it is.
how does Rosanna find that out?
She could be able to,
Well, he just got
Chat with them?
bombed, you know.
I know.
so-
We did?
We just had a bad experience one time, so we're
If we
very
don't know
leery.
who the person is, but.
Think it works like that?
Well, it's just a shame because we don't know everyone.
I know, we can't, yeah, like,
But Rosanna. can,
It's supposed to be an
I
open
think,
meeting.
can Write to them and say, can you send me your email address? I think we can do that.
All right, Rosanna,
private message.
Rosanna, do you want to try
if they're
that?
in, I don't know if she, they're gone, so.
They're
null
gone.
and
Okay,
void.
they
Oh.
left. Okay.
Hmm.
All right.
But-
Fawn, please join us. All right.
And I'm sure it's ancient history, but you know Rosendale dissolved their village. It was probably 50 years ago, so it
Yeah.
won't have to apply, but you should talk to David Brannick about, they didn't go well.
So a number of villages have dissolved. Often they're small compared to the towns they get absorbed into. Often they've got debt issues and they're doing it for that reason.
Right.
So, you know, this
Yeah.
seems to be from a different standpoint
Standpoint,
to want
yeah.
to do something else. And that sounds really noble. So, okay.
So I do have copies of my resume if anybody.
I have it. Oh, I have,
We have
okay.
it.
We have this.
I'll take one, cause you brought
I
it.
feel
and
really
just sell
sad.
that.
You buy ones for the ZBA.
Yes, but it was a long time ago
I read it online, but.
and someone else got selected and they have two candidates again. So we're gonna have to do another one.
I was thinking about a couple of things that are not on my
He's here.
resume. The very first committee I ever served on in New Paltz was the sewer committee. And so talk about starting at the bottom. So I do know quite a bit about the infrastructure and Ohio bill and just 6 and 5. I was on the open space committee actually when we bought the mill, the town purchased the Milford Preserve property. And that's come out very nice, turned into a really nice preserve. The people that are working there are doing a great job. I was on the historic committee. And I just served, as soon as the day after I retired from the legislature, I was appointed to the Charter Revision Commission, but some of the charter changes that just passed in the last election. So that's some of the other things that I've done that didn't make the final cut. I also want to make it clear that chairing the Ulster County Housing Policy and Oversight Committee, we don't actually make the awards. We set the criteria for how they'll be scored, what the county is looking for with the help of folks from the county planning department. One of the important things for us was that a project have local approval. They get points for that. Working with a local non-for-profit, they get points for things like that. Then we would score them and make recommendations to the executive, we then make recommendations to the legislature.
and then the money is given out, but we don't actually give the money out. So that had become a question, I think the last time I was being interviewed.
So, Fawn, we just want to ask you some kind of more general questions
Mhm.
about, so your
Yeah, sure,
background
yeah.
is excellent. You've got it all here, but can you please tell us your understanding of what the role and authority of the ZBA is?
Well, I've attended some of the ZBA classes that they used to, that I'm still sure they still do offer. I see this often as lawmakers, we take common sense and try to put it into a law.
Mm.
And everything doesn't fit that cookie cutter. So I think the ZBA has to very carefully look at granting variances to that zoning law, keeping in mind what the community's vision is, what the community's, you know, why those laws are in place to begin with. So, I know the ZBA grants variances, but I think, you know, it has to be done very thoughtfully.
Okay, so have you read the code for the ZBA?
I've read the code and
Okay, so you understand, tell me what you understand about how the ZBA works.
trying to think what I took away from that, but I know they, I don't know that I can give you a good explanation of that right now.
Okay, that's all right. That's okay. I wasn't trying to trick you or
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah.
That's okay. So why do you want to be on the ZBA?
Well, I think CBA does a lot of problem solving and finding solutions, and I like doing that. I like, sometimes thinking outside the box, but in a way that, brings together, like I say, the vision of the community. When I was reading the ZBA, the code, I read the entire code. That's why I can't focus exactly on what the ZBA was doing. Because I was looking for some things. But I have to apologize.
That's okay.
It's
I-
been a long.
It's been a
ride.
long evening,
Almost
yeah.
9 p.m.
And I just had surgery a month ago.
No, it's very
So,
amazing. Yeah.
I
no.
had a double bypass.
Oh,
So.
my gosh,
A month ago.
wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. So I'm probably not as clear-headed as I might be,
Okay.
but I do like the problem-solving part of the ZBA. My mom was on the ZBA in the town of Shonda for over 20 years.
Okay.
And it was always fascinating to me to hear the cases that were before them
Mhm.
and how they managed to solve them in a way that worked for the community and often, you know, fell within their planning and zoning laws. They sometimes didn't really even need a variance. Sometimes they would find a solution that didn't require a variance, which was always like the best solution.
Right.
But you want to let, you know, certainly people's when they come before you, sometimes they need a little extra guidance and finding other solutions. Somebody who wants a 6-foot fence, maybe could get away with a berm and some trees, you know. Sometimes somebody who wants, you know, a driveway cut can, you know, we can find another way around
Right.
those things.
Okay. Now, you know that the ZBA meets once a month. And there's, you know, you have to do homework, you have to
Right.
be prepared, you have to read the applications and be aware of what the code is and understand. So are you able to commit that kind of, I don't know what else you're busy
am.
doing now, but yeah.
I absolutely am. And I know that how important it is. One of my frustrations as a legislator and then working for the legislators, people that would come in unprepared.
Yeah.
So if they didn't look at it till they walked in the room, you knew that it was, you know, going to be a long night.
Right, okay. Yeah, so obviously if there's ever, so I call it the red face test. I mean, recusal for financial reasons, very obvious. If there's appearance or you know, of there being conflict, you can always recuse yourself. It doesn't mean that, you know,
Absolutely. In fact, I went to the ZBA meeting earlier this week and Joe Moriello mentioned that he's a cousin of my late husband. But I had times at the legislature where there was a contract I was just gonna notarize. But Len Tantillo from Gardner, it was for the soil and water. He's the chair of that. And because of the relationship, they didn't think I should, there were plenty of other notaries there. A week later, something came forward that was Mike Moriello. And I needed a notary. And I said, well, I have the exact same relationship
Yeah,
with him, just
yeah.
because it's a different last name.
yeah,
Doesn't mean it.
Right.
So, I have no problem asking the attorneys or just even making it very clear if there is some kind of relationship. It's hard to live in a town for, 70
Yes,
some odd
know
years and not
everybody.
have relationships with people.
right. And it may
So
be
even
just your
people that I'm
neighbor
not
or
related
something.
to
Yeah, it doesn't have
that
to
I-
be, yeah.
Might
Okay.
not be able to be.
Very good. And I guess the last thing is, do you feel that you could be very objective and put aside your personal experience or biases and make an objective decision based on the facts that are presented?
I believe I can do that.
Okay.
I know that somehow those are always in the back of your mind.
Mhm.
But I think it's important to, to grow beyond those, to keep an open mind. You know better, you do better. And especially in that role. Once you're in that role, I don't think you have the luxury sometimes of, I don't know, not having the personal opinion. You have to have the bigger picture opinion
Mhm.
of what, like, again, what the law says. And what the community's vision is.
Right.
I have a question about that. I appreciate that you talk about community's vision as much as you have. And I keep wondering, do you, whether I think there is a single community vision, or could there be, a split or kind of, difficulty? Is it my
I think-
idea of the community's vision? Is it your idea of the community's vision?
Well, I
How
think
are we getting this from?
from the, well, certainly from public comment, if you're holding a public hearing, things like
Yeah,
that, the ZBA
Although
often
there's
does.
so few people that come to
I
these
know.
things.
And they're usually pretty
And,
good for something.
and of course, it's important when we send, that's the reason you send out letters to all the neighbors when something's, being considered. So you get those opinions. And if it's something that I feel that the neighbors might not be fully aware of what this change actually is, sometimes you have to go talk to people. I would be the kind of person who would get in the car and go look at the site.
Yep.
I don't know that you can always figure out exactly what you're talking about on a piece of paper. Like sometimes, they had a long discussion the other night about fencing. And I would want to go look at that property and see, why he wanted a 6-foot fence there and, like,
And what does it look like in that
Yeah.
yeah,
neighborhood?
and what's gonna be the impact? And what is the neighbor on the other side of that 6-foot fence, how's he feel
I think they're gonna feel like the town does.
And I was thinking of less individual properties. I mean, it's always an individual property when you talk about, someone who's got an appeal. Or like wants to appeal to the zoning board, but I'm just thinking about if we're talking about, because we have a poorly updated comprehensive plan. I know I've been at planning board meetings where they have said, members, in fact, engineers have said this idea of community, what the community character even is really sort of
nebulous?
yeah. So where are we getting this from?
Yeah.
And so it just raises a question less for you to necessarily answer today, but I think we should all be thinking
aware.
about, be thinking about this so that it's less, like you said, personal opinion and more like we really want to uphold what the community's vision is. So,
And the fact that we have the master plan is something else that I do need to look at much more closely.
yeah, it's a little old, but I don't think it's changed that. I don't feel like the community, the people who live here, and their values have changed that.
Well, when you
that
look at
much.
who voted for the CPF.
Right, right.
It's pretty clear, yeah. And this is the town, it's the town's code and the town's character. Yeah, it's different from the village character. Okay. All right. Does anybody have any more questions for Fawn? I don't want to cut this short, and if there's more you want to tell us, please do, but we do have a horrible agenda.
Yeah, sticking lots to do.
Thank you, Fawn.
I watched the
Thank you,
meeting
Fawn.
last Monday and I was very impressed with your presentation as always.
And I know you have someone else interview tonight too. He's very talented to me too.
We are fortunate and lucky that we have folks like both of you willing to serve. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I guess actually I do have one other question. Would you consider serving on a different committee? Like ENC?
If not appointed here.
Open space, or anything else?
Well, I served on the open space committee before. That was always very interesting to me. I think about it. I've had several people, just approach me about the ZBA and I just,
The planning board needs alternates.
so,
So, yeah,
you know, we can,
talk about that.
Thank you.
planning board, I'm not as interested in as some of the other committees.
Okay, all right.
But
Well, we may reach out to you again. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, now. Okay, I maybe should have asked him to sit somewhere else. I maybe should have asked the other candidate to be also.
Well, I'm just standing for my own body.
Okay, I didn't think of that.
Oh,
Okay,
Even my any stretch.
okay, Daniel, would you like to join us, sir?
Hello, hi again.
Hi, Kitty, it's nice to meet you in person.
See, I saw you Monday night.
Yes.
On, both of you had great interviews, so most of my questions were answered Monday night, but other people.
I'm glad you were watching.
Yeah.
I didn't realize other people were watching.
Oh, yeah, we are watching. Okay, so, is there anything you'd like to start off, just giving some brief background here?
Yeah, so basics. I've been in New Paltz since 2009, in Ulster County since 94, architect. And I think I mentioned the ZBA, the architecture and zoning, and sort of this hand in hand, sort of that in the code is that's where you begin, you know, what can I build? So, I won't say that I'm an expert at it because I always go back to the code every time, but it's such an important part of architecture that it's one of, you know, it's my experience, and that's what I sort of want to bring to volunteering for the ZBA is that experience I've had over the years from New York City to small towns and up here in Marbletown. So that's what I hope to sort of bring to the table. And I had a very persuasive friend, I think you all know, is John Winchester, who kept nudging me, saying this is something I've wanted to do and never had the opportunity to do. Probably because of work and working in New York City, it's sort of hard to make that commitment. So with her prodding and insistence, and she said, apply because there's a vacancy, and I think it's been open for a while. So she was very persuasive.
So are you living in the area now? Oh, you have to live in New Paltz. You live in New
I
Paltz,
live in
right?
New
Let's
Paltz,
get
on
that
Springtown
straight.
Road.
Okay, and you live here full time now?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I still have a place in the city, but both my husband and I have decided, you know, this is permanent residence. And I think the pandemic, like a lot of people, sort of pushed us all to feel
Right.
we've always wanted to do it. I think that's a very common story. It's you're a weekender for years, and then hopefully that one day you actually
You can-
have work and have the luxury of working.
Yeah. Okay, so I really should have had you, because you've heard all that I asked her. Okay, okay, but so what is your understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the ZBA?
Well, the ZBA, as I understand it, is simply the Board of Appeals. So someone is disagreeing with the zoning of the planning board, I'm assuming has laid out and carefully reviewed with them over a period of time. And they're looking for a variance. And as I understand the code, and there's several variances that are allowed, or make sure that you don't do. And so that's up to the Board of Appeals to determine that. And that's our role, is doing our homework, as you mentioned, understanding what the code is, and particularly how to apply to it. And if it does sort of fit, I have to admit, codes are codes, right? I read them several times over just to get the information I get out of it. It's some language I've never quite understood, but and it's not very user friendly. But rereading it a couple times, and I'm hoping too that whatever candidate is chosen, there's a crash course on how to apply the
I
That's
think there
only-
is actually something called Introduction to ZBA.
Okay.
It's one of the training courses, right?
There's a, yes, well, that's
Yeah.
one thing we didn't mention. You are required to have 4 hours of training a year. And there are courses out there from New York Planning Federation, from the Association of Towns. There's a number of them. In fact, right now, they're doing one between now and the end of the year. There's these modules you can take
Hmm.
and they will, allow you to count, if you take it, they'll
Online?
send you in, you take it online. It's a, it's a set of things and it gets your certificate before the end of the year, so you can get your,
Great.
your
I'm
type
sure I
thing.
can apply to my architectural continuing education.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, it's
There we go.
huge. Yeah,
That's,
yeah.
Main
Okay,
reason to do it. No, I'm just, so,
so, okay, so have you read the code?
I have read that. I've actually, 2 projects in New Paltz. One was my own, an accessory project in Springtown in the floodplain. And I worked with Stacy, who was at the time, right, in the department. And so I've gone through the zoning code to understand the implications of these particular projects. I'm not gonna say I'm an expert at the commercial end of it, but the residential, oftentimes is a little simpler because you're on a large piece of property. But yeah, so I'm familiar with the
Okay,
zoning code.
have you read the part of the code that's specific to the ZBA?
Yes, yeah, a couple times.
Okay, so,
Um,
okay,
I tried to put together a little cheat sheet of the criteria, but I sort of felt like I was misinterpreting it slightly. So I thought that's why having a kind of crash course and understanding, a real talking with the other board members, right, about how to practically apply it is like a really important part of it. I'm not going to come in thinking I'm the expert on it.
I think we all learn on any board we're on that there is a learning curve,
Yes.
absolutely. And we all learn more and more about how it works as we go. Okay, and so, okay, you sort of told us, tell us again why you want to be on the ZBA specifically.
Well, there's an opening, right?
Okay, that's a
part of
good
it.
reason.
And it's also, it feels like it's a commitment. And then you mentioned it previously, that, it's not just it's just not once a month, it's homework, it's understanding it. So it's one of those things I've always sort of thought about. I was living in Marbletown, and I remember working with the group that was trying to restrict the growth of in Stone Ridge. And I really sort of enjoy how a community is essentially developed, right? And it's not arbitrary. People make these zoning laws. And so I thought being part of that and volunteering and implementing it as a ZBA would be a good way of giving back my community. And I've got the time, as I mentioned before, that affords me that. So I think I've answered the question. I think I've gone down a rabbit hole, but
Yeah, no, I'm just
okay.
giving back. Okay, so.
Yeah, so all this sort of came together, this opening, which is, I think, a good way for me to sort of get into
Mhm.
local government and sort of understand it, and get my feet wet, so to speak. And then hopefully that leads on as I have more time and as I have less work and more time. I just sort of enjoy getting more involved in the process and how zoning is actually created. You guys are talking about community.
You should be careful.
Okay.
We can put you to work. Okay, all right. So, I mean, yes, they meet once a month.
Mhm.
Now here's the other part. Sometimes they do not meet for many months. They don't have any applications. They don't have any appeals.
Right.
Is that going to be like frustrating to you? Like, oh man, I'm not doing anything, not doing anything.
No. And if I understand right, it's a 5-year, like I couldn't tell from the website.
Oh, no, I think it's,
Obligation.
I don't think it's, well, that's a good point. Planning board's 7.
Okay.
I don't know what ZBA is
Unless you're
actually.
taking over someone else's term.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway, so now I do feel like if I want to get more involved, there's opportunity, right, to branch out from it.
right.
But I'm committed to that period.
Okay.
And I was just looking at everyone's.
Yeah, if you can tell what it is, if it's a
Yeah.
5-year.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point that I don't know the answer to. Okay.
You know, I feel like we once knew when we were first interviewing for this.
Yeah, but I don't remember now. Okay, all right. So is there anything else you'd like to tell us? Does anybody have any questions for Daniel? No, okay. Okay, so I can tell you a couple of things.
Okay.
The ZBA is got a quasi judicial responsibility. Once you make a decision, it can only be appealed to the state Supreme Court
Mhm.
through an Article 78. Anything can come to the ZBA that is, you can appeal a decision by the building inspector, you can appeal a decision by the town board or the planning board. You don't necessarily have to have been to the planning board first. It just depends on what it is. People can, there are two kinds of variances, area and use variances. The area variances, there's 5 criteria, and they're not as big of hurdles, but, and for the use variance, there are 5 criteria and you have to meet all of them, not just one. So there's different levels.
Yeah.
And you spend a lot of time doing more, I don't want to say trivial, but it matters a lot to somebody if they get a 6-foot fence or not.
Right.
Or their setback is this much of that, but once
Right.
in a while you get a major gazooka one, like
Mhm.
the cell tower that takes months and months and
Right.
months and is really, yeah. And that decision is momentous because then we live with it. So,
Yeah.
okay, so just to give you all a little background on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, anything else for Daniel? No? Okay, all right. Thank you so much for coming.
Question that you asked the other candidate.
Absolutely.
Would you be interested in any other?
Should I not be asked to join the, yeah, of course. And I'm sure Dawn would give me a prod to think about it. So yes, of course, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there are, the alternates to the planning board. It seems it's a way to be, you don't interact that much because when someone recuses themselves from a project, you take over for the whole project. It's not just someone didn't show up that meeting.
Mhm.
That doesn't always happen, but when it does, then you are committed to do that. But you learn a lot by being there. You're expected to attend every meeting and you still do the 4 hours a year of
Mhm.
training. So
What is this, just sort of an alternate to?
the planning
Well,
board.
the
Oh,
town-
planning board,
the
okay.
town board alternate, I think we need to revisit it with the planning board alternate. Because actually you can't participate at all.
Yeah, interesting.
And
Unless you're in the place
Yeah.
of someone who
Like that
recuses.
extra
Right.
juror
the
who,
village alternate can not only participate in the meetings, but can just sit in and vote on
Mm.
any meeting. And so I think we might want to restructure.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that because
Yeah.
there's good things and bad things about both of those.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Daniel, thank you so much for
Thank
putting
you.
up for this whole, you see what
Okay.
happens here, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you for the time.
thank you very much. Nice to see you again.
Good
All
night.
right, okay, folks, we are not interviewing anyone for the ENCB that, there are actually 2 people who are interested and they have 2 openings, so that's amazing.
That works.
Okay, the
Right,
consent
very
agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is the minutes from last time?
So moved, Kitty.
Second, do we have a second? Second, Amanda. Any discussion? On favor? Great. Authorization, oh, this is the one you wanted to wait for? Okay.
Did you want to do the police chief report?
Oh.
Skip that.
Where, here. It's down at the bottom and I've written notes all over it. Sorry about that.
You know, the agenda on the town website and the one that we get in our portal don't always match, as Edgar pointed out today, so.
Things,
because it
things
they make
get
changes.
changed.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
so-
They make additions.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So
like
we are
that.
gonna hear from Matt
Give me
about
that.
what happened in the police world in October. October seems a long time ago.
It's been a long.
Yeah.
Thank you
Oh.
for sending us the
Year.
report in
Yes,
writing.
absolutely.
Okay.
So for the month of October, we handled 1,251 calls for service. We issued 79 traffic summons, made 18 arrests, conducted 213 foot patrols, and conducted 64 school foot patrols.
Sheila.
We had an incident that unfortunately resulted in 2 officers having on-duty injuries. One of those officers is still out on injury. It's going to be an extended injury. He's in the process of seeing a surgeon, so he's going to be out for a little while. The other officer thankfully was able to come back to work.
Can you, I mean, what happened?
That may be an executive session,
Okay,
uh,
okay,
just because it's an ongoing
Oh,
investigation.
okay. Oh, okay, all right, we won't get that.
equipment wise, we finally received our 2 new patrol vehicles that Rob ordered back in January.
Wow.
Finally got here and are now in service, so we're back to having our full fleet of 8 patrol cars.
Which
What are
ones are
they?
these?
So 342 and 343 are their numbers. They're both Ford Escape, like Ford Explorers, like the rest of our patrol cars.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And they're ICE.
These
They're
are the,
They're what?
internal combustion engines.
Oh, well.
right, these are the.
Not the other one, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
No.
we did we skipped a bullet. Sorry, that was my fault.
We dodged a bullet.
Skip it.
No, we.
If
Oh,
you talk
change in
about, yeah,
personnel.
yeah.
Yeah, as you know, you all approved it at the last one. We had a change in personnel, the resignations of Tyler Peace and, excuse me, I said Tyler Peace,
You did.
Tyler White
Mhm.
and Jeremiah Childs.
Mhm.
Were 2 officers that resigned last month.
Mhm.
You have the training report, and then as far as events and comments go for the month, we participated in the PTA's trunk or treat at the
Yeah.
high school.
They're very successful.
Yes, it continues to grow every year. It started at Duzine and it was a little bit of a logistics nightmare with parking and things, but now that they moved out to high school, it's great and it's a very well-oiled machine, plenty of parking and keeps growing.
Mm.
We held conversations with the police here at the police department on the 25th and had a couple of town residents that showed up. Then we participated in Halloween on Huguenot Street. Before the parade, there was an event down on Huguenot Street for about 3 hours where Tyler Peace, the correct Tyler this time, is our new community policing sergeant. He was down there. And we also had some people helping direct traffic, so we were down there. And then obviously we conducted the traffic detail for the parade come nightfall. And then being that we're towards the end of the month, we already held our conversations with the police for this month. We had it here at the police department. Unfortunately, we did not have any members of the public attend. The one in December, we're looking to do it at Starbucks.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you know the date?
That'll-
We didn't set a date yet. We're working, Starbucks is actually under new management,
Oh.
and they actually contacted us and invited us to come down and
Oh, that's great.
hold it there, so.
So maybe they'll advertise for us?
Hopefully, I know,
How do?
I don't want to speak for them, but I know because they're a corporation, sometimes they have
Yeah.
trouble doing stuff on just the local New Paltz level. But we've been putting it on our social media, like Julie suggested a couple meetings ago.
Good.
So we have a meeting on the 5th, so we should put your stuff in the announcements about the conversations. with
usually
you.
do.
So,
Yeah,
so if it's gonna be after the 5th, then we can put it in.
I can pretty much almost guarantee it'll be after the 5th. So
Okay.
we'll make sure we get it in the announcements for the 5th.
Okay, very good.
So this is just one page and previous reports have been longer. Why the difference?
Is it because the training's attached, I didn't have it attached.
So it says training attached, but there is none, and I only have one page. Did I receive something in error? Do other people have more pages?
So this is what came with the agenda, but the training report that may be on our part that we didn't get the separate
But
page.
if you look at September and August reports, there are pages and pages that have, other things in there. And-
Those are the
and
things that
October is
come on
not.
the portal. You got the one, you should have gotten.
The longer one.
Okay, so we do have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Good.
So maybe we just, for some reason, it may have been when Karen was doing this, she said the printer was eating paper and stuff, so we may have somehow missed a page.
Amanda, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
You reported 2 officers were injured during the incident. Do you report injuries to civilians? Is that part of the public report?
In the past, that hasn't been a regular practice. I mean, if that's something we potentially look to do moving forward, we can. But in the past, it generally has been a practice.
I feel
So
like
are you-
That's part
been
of what gets reported with, as part of the police commission. Yeah, that's part of what's reviewed with our monthly defensive action report.
if there's a defensive action, though, it's a part of that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So when there's a defensive action report that would be in there if there was an injury on the part of
Correct.
a
yeah.
civilian.
And that's what ultimately gets reviewed at the police commission meetings.
So I feel
But it
that we should report the civilians of injury also. That's part of the report, officer and civilians.
Wait, so I'm confused. Are you saying that the defensive action reports are not something that we get, or they are something that
They are something that you
Okay.
get, but
you don't report them here?
Correct.
Okay.
and the majority,
it'll just be in
of what's, in the larger report that you all get, it's not necessarily a public input portion. I know that's something that we've discussed. It's, you know, if there are certain things they have questions on regarding active investigations or open investigations, things like
Well,
that.
there are also
They're things
people's
that we get,
names.
correct,
Right.
correct.
So the public named in them, but
yeah,
we do
there's-
see use of force reports
Right.
with those names, but those are confidential. They're
Correct.
not-
Because of names. Okay.
Correct, they're not for the public portion.
Right.
It's to protect people's
Yeah, there's
privacy.
privacy issues a lot, as well as issues regarding, you know, speaking in public regarding an open criminal investigation.
What I found
So
out-
would the board like to know about injury to civilians in addition to officers?
We do, we get it in the
Use
defensive
force.
action.
I meant
Yeah.
in the short report in public here.
I think we can talk about that in executive
Yeah.
session.
Wait, hold on. So, but it is something that you say publicly in the police commission when you're giving the report that you talk about the defensive actions, because I don't think I totally agree that we're not gonna say people's names, but you do the police commission report it without saying people's names. I think that the way you give the report to police commission should be the same way that you give it here, because although we have two different duties, we shouldn't hear anything less than they hear, even reporting from you. And the public, it's the same public, you know what I mean? So
But the
you
police
should be
commission
reporting
meeting
to
is
both.
broadcasted just like this meeting is. I feel like that's the purpose of the police commission, is to provide them with that information, and then I would argue that it's almost, if the police commission seems something that's not right or something, that they would then report it to the board.
I don't agree. I think that you should be giving it to both of us because we are the ones who actually make the decision. So yes, of course, you give it to them. The whole point of the police commission is for it to be a separate independent body. So yes, you go and you give the reports to them, but you also give the reports to us because we are responsible for you and your whole department. So I would like to hear everything that you say to the police commission, we should be hearing as well.
I just want to say openly, I've gotten separate instructions from meetings I've had with the supervisor, so that's certainly, yeah, I'm open to.
I think we
Yeah.
need to, I think this is where we agree that we need to understand more about what the police commission's role is and how they.
Separate and independent. They're completely different and independent.
Yeah,
What
but I
they
think
do
there's-
does not, but it doesn't take anything away from
No,
what
I'm
we
not
do.
saying it does.
because
I'm
we
saying,
Still have to make all the decisions, so we should be hearing everything the same.
right, I think it's more, even more global than that. About what we understand and they understand about.
100%, yes, I
okay.
clearly agree that for
Yeah.
all of us, and I don't know if you've read the code and their charter and their the resolution also that the town board, but there are a lot of they do have a lot of duties and things that they can do, but it doesn't take away from what obviously the town board can do, because we're the ones who have to vote, even what recommendations they make to us. We are the ones with the voting power, so they are a separate independent body that gets to hear and opine, but that's it.
And they could raise things to us that they see,
Absolutely.
because they're seeing it more in a, whatever, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, they should be reporting back to us. And I've said this before. The police commission should be reporting to us, even if it's confidential information. Rationale for recommendations that they make or investigations that they've conducted,
Yes.
or whatever the outcome is, as a board, to fulfill our fiduciary responsibility, we need to have knowledge of,
right.
Yes,
not
I
been-
agree with that, but I don't think that it takes away from what the chief should be reporting from us. I think they both have to report from us separately. You're separate and independent bodies.
Right, and Edgar, just to your point, they may be relying on the fact that we have a liaison and they expect the liaison to bring us back anything, that's pertinent to us or something, no, okay.
Well,
Well-
except that I am not in the executive sessions
Oh,
with the chief,
okay.
and so that's why I'm saying it's really important that, I think that I should be, but that's something else we should talk
Okay,
about,
all right,
but regardless, it doesn't take away from you reporting to us. We're the ones who have responsibility, and you reporting to them because they opine on those things, so.
So you do not attend executive sessions?
No.
No. If they
Is it-
ask me to, I will, or if I ask specifically, but they have not been wanting me in, and that's something that I definitely think needs to be.
All right, well,
have-
because
have
that
a
does seem
conversation
like we
about,
are
because-
missing out on a really important piece.
We're missing out on a really important piece, and I don't think that everybody is aligned and really understands. I know that you're new in this position, and so, and many of us on this board are new as well, and so we do have to come to a real understanding and agreement about what the police commission is to do.
And
how the meetings are
I'd like to make a comment about all that I've heard. We've had an experiment with the police commission for about 2.5 years going on now. And there are indications that we probably should revisit it and that there has to be some kind of lines of communication between the police commission
Yep.
and the town board.
Yeah.
It may mean that we need to look at the law itself.
Mhm.
You know, think about what the intention and spirit was
Right.
originally, see how it's working out.
Right.
Yes.
Maybe redo the law, revise it, and also the lines of communication between police chief and police commission, police chief and us. It needs to be sorted. I think that everyone's working in good faith, but there is confusion and a lack of understandings and clarity as to, you know, the roles. Because if the police commission conducts an investigation, we should hear something about it,
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
and we haven't for the most part.
I don't even know if they are conducting investigation.
I don't either.
So, right, so yeah, there needs to be, I think we and the police commission need to all understand and clarify,
And the chief,
and the chief,
of course.
So
You're in
that-
the
I would love to be-
Hello.
Yes.
So
Hi
that's-
there.
That has to be done in public, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And then at some point, what I'm envisioning is that there has to be really an open meeting with the police commission
Yeah.
and us, where
Absolutely.
we clarify and build up on what the intention, the spirit of
Right.
what the law is and how we're functioning.
right,
So I have, as the liaison to the police commission, I have definitely been thinking about that, and we've talked some about it, and our agendas have been so packed that
Yeah.
it's like,
Mhm.
I was gonna bring it here, but it's like, how long do we
yeah,
end up staying and how much can everybody retain? But I do agree with you, and I think maybe we should commit to having police commission, having a joint meeting
Yep.
in January. And by then, we will have sorted out some of those
Yeah, well, I
things,
think-
because if we keep pushing it,
no, and it gives all of us a chance to do some homework and go
Yes.
back and read the code
yes.
and read it again and
Yes.
try to really, and then put down our questions about what we do or don't understand or what we think it means, so that when we have that joint meeting, we can have a really,
Yeah.
you know.
And I think also that we have talked about this, chapter 16.
Yeah, we're gonna
regarding
get to that.
immigration, that needs some clarification, I think, from our attorneys, maybe the police
Yeah.
chief. The immigrant community is very nervous out there, and we need to really have a reality check as to what we can, what the town board can ask the police chief to do or not to do.
Right.
Because there's some limitations with federal judge, warrants.
Right, so on that one, I asked you if we could put it onto the December 5th meeting. So let's do that. Just to let you know, I'm also attending a session that has been put together by Phoenix, bringing in different parts of the community to talk about, what is happening these days with the new administration and things like that. So I'm very interested to know where in New Paltz are potential vulnerabilities, the things that might happen, and not be reactive when something happens, but be more proactive.
So I would like to be part of that because I have been involved with the immigrant community.
Right.
In New Paltz.
It's not just on that, so it's got some different buckets. Some of it's got to do with, people just feeling distressed and, nervous, but definitely that's a very important part of it. And luckily, we do have code already. It's not just a resolution. It's a code.
Well, it's chapter
Sanctuary
16
city.
is the
Yeah,
law that we
and so
have.
that's a law. That's much more meaningful than us just passing a
But
resolution.
read it carefully. People think that when they hear sanctuary city, that's not, I don't think it's mentioned in
It's not.
in chapter 16. They don't understand that it doesn't mean that nothing happens. My reading of it, and a tentative reading of it, is that there are limitations to the idea of sanctuary
Right.
city. And that the police chief can be ordered by a federal judge, to take some action.
Well, let's talk
Yeah.
about it next time, because,
Yes,
okay, but
we're
it's
late.
important. Okay, do we have any more questions for Matt at this point?
I had one quick thing about the defensive action
Mhm.
reports. They are in the longer report that we are getting,
Right.
right? So Essie, when you're saying you want to hear about injuries, that our board should be apprised of them, we are but in writing as opposed to in
But
in meetings. I just wanted to understand,
Yeah.
are you saying that you think that the
No, I
public should
raised-
hear it? Because we're
I-
hearing it,
I raised the question.
but
I
was
do.
the one that raised the question.
you think the public should hear it,
I
is what
think
you're
the
saying?
public should hear it, and I think it should be a conversation like it is now, because then we can actually have a conversation about it.
So as long as it's you know, within the legal, I don't know, I know. that-
Confidentiality.
Well, I mean, we would have to hear from the chief
Well,
about.
the chief knows how to report it. He reports it at police commission is the point. And if you remember, our former chief used to report it in our open meetings as well.
When
they
it
were
was,
both.
you were the
The
commissioner.
defensive
Right,
action
but he-
reports.
Right. but
That's
it's
what I
been
thought I
public.
remembered too.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
So-
I
So,
misunderstood.
Julie, what I raised the original question, so he reports today that there were 2 officers injured. And so my question was, if civilians are injured, should that also be reported, just as a number, not names or
Oh,
et cetera?
that's different.
So that, and just in light of that, now,
Okay.
in addition to that, we need to know, we have the police commissioner, the chief, other issues,
Right.
but we now have, all of us now have the full report, which I appreciate receiving. And we received, 3 months copies of it. I will be looking at it for the understanding. That was my question. In public here, in the short report, when you say 2 officers are injured, well, if civilians are injured, we should also number them.
Okay,
I do imagine, not that I'm trying to argue at all. I just imagine that there's degrees of injury and it might be hard to like parse that out and determine what rises to the level. You know, because if it's.
Correct. Are we talking about someone got their knee scraped when they were being taken into custody? Or are we talking about?
Right,
someone
so if
had
you're
to be in the hospital,
enumerating
you know,
them,
transport to the hospital, you know.
there would have to be some threshold, I would think.
Well, I would assume you would do it the same way you do it with officers being injured.
Yes or no, it depends on what the board would want. I don't report to you every time an officer scrapes their knee. I report this because 2 officers
They're
were
out.
out on.
they're out,
on
work,
injury.
they're out of work.
So, you know, it's just something that, you know, significantly impacts
It's
the agency.
quantifiable
As
too.
opposed to, you know, officers get bumps and bruises all the time. We don't
Yeah,
document that, but if a subject in our custody scrapes their knee or gets a bump on their head, we photograph it, we document it, obviously all for liability purposes. So
Yeah,
it's-
I want to know that. I want to know a scrape and a bump on the head.
I
Personally,
agree.
but
because
do
we could
know
be
it-
liable for it,
We do know it if it was a part of a defensive accident
but
report.
only if it's a part of a defensive action report. What if it's not? Because it doesn't necessarily have to be.
My point is
Just
just.
off the top of my
consistency.
head, I can't necessarily think of a situation where a subject is getting injured in our custody that's not a result of a defensive action, other than a slip and a fall when they're using the restroom or something of that nature.
Which is not really relevant.
I mean, if we take
Otherwise,
someone into
you've got
custody
your
and they
hands on.
sustain an injury, it's generally because there's, you know, an officer defensive action that's taking place.
So then you're already reporting on that piece.
Yeah.
Which part of that form is, you know, whether they were injured, what injuries they sustained, whether they were treated by the rescue squad or whether they were hospitalized. All that's part of the. officer
Okay,
defensive
so maybe we
action
should
report.
just go take a look at some of them and see how they look, and then see if we think there needs to be
Well,
more.
let's start with, you know, if you call the rescue squad and the citizen either declines help or is transported, let's at least start with that as a base level, right? If you need to call the
Sure.
rescue squad, just put that, you know, the citizen had an injury, we call the rescue squad, they declined transportation. That's, I think, is a good start, right?
Okay,
Sounds good to
can
me.
we, okay, thank you. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Liz.
Yes, okay. All right, we are gonna come back to 8. So 9, authorization to approve the Housing Smart Community Initiative Resolution. Okay, what this is. Y'all need a minute?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Do you need a minute?
Conversation.
We were
We're
just
just
agreeing.
whispering.
We're tired.
Do you want to go stand in the corner?
Don't have
Okay,
time for
all
that.
right, all right. This resolution to join the Ulster County Housing Smart Communities Initiative is something we failed to do when we formed this and appointed a coordinator.
No,
They need
no,
this
no, no.
resolution.
We didn't fail to do it. It was originally done in June of 23. We thought it had been done. So this was not done long before we created the housing
Okay,
task
oh.
force. So we just need to do it right now
Yes.
and get it.
The
out to
town board didn't
public.
do it because they can't
do
get
it.
their points and stuff if they
Exactly.
don't have the resolution.
Let's do it.
All right, so at the regular meeting tonight, at this, well, it started at 7. The meeting was called to order by me, okay. AG, let's do a roll call. Rosanna, can you please do our roll call?
Supervisor Amanda Gatto,
Present.
Deputy Supervisor Kitty Brown,
Present.
Council Member Essie Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Edgar Rodriguez,
Presente.
Councilmember Julie Seifert.
Very good.
Present.
Okay. Who wants to move for the adoption of the resolution? We need a name here.
I want to make that motion. Kitty.
All right, and who wants to second it?
That's good.
Edgar, excellent. All right, and then it's to it that we believe the rising housing and rental costs and lack of diverse housing opportunities for all community members pose a significant challenge to the members of our community. And affordable housing is defined as housing in which the occupant is paying no more than 30% of monthly or annual income for housing costs, including utilities. And ensuring there are affordable housing options for all community members is a key responsibility of the elected officials of the town, village, city. I don't know if we were supposed to pick one, and a critical component of creating a healthy, sustainable, and prosperous community. And rising housing and rental costs and a lack of diverse housing opportunities for all community members is in part due to the demand for housing far exceeding the supply of new, affordable, and workforce housing being developed in the community. And a long-term commitment by the town of New Paltz to review and approve new, affordable, and workforce housing projects is a critical strategy for ensuring there are affordable housing options for all community members. And working towards housing solution is a priority for the well-being of the local residents, economy, and community sustainability. We believe our response to housing challenges provides us with an opportunity to improve housing opportunities and community well-being for all community members and to build livable, affordable, and housing-smart communities. It is therefore resolved that the town of New Paltz, in order to meet local housing needs, adopts the following commitments, oh boy, as part of joining the Ulster County Housing Smart Communities Initiative. This commitment includes completing the following, okay, we're saying we're going to do this, the following 6 steps. Join the program through municipal resolution. That's this.
That's the part, yes.
And beginning engaging the community. Designate a housing smart community coordinator to serve as a liaison between Ulster County and municipality. We did that, okay. Form a housing task force or designate an existing official housing related body of the town to serve as the group committed to the program. We have that. Register for participation in the program on Housing Smart Communities Initiative website. That's up to the task force. Establish a community outreach and educational campaign on the importance of developing a range of housing options. That's the task force, or is that us?
That's the task force.
The task force. Begin implementing a prioritized set of housing smart actions, including in its program. That's the task force. Okay, Rosanna, can you take the vote, ma'am?
Supervisor Amanda Gatto,
Aye.
Deputy Supervisor Kitty Brown,
Aye.
Councilmember Essie Lewis,
Abstain as an employee of the county.
Councilmember Edgar Rodriguez,
Aye.
and Councilmember Julie Seifert.
Aye.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. We can take care of that tomorrow. All right. Number 10, request authorization to modify the 2024 adopted budget for cost overruns as follows. And here they are. Kind of hard to read. If y'all had a chance to look at this, do you understand them? Okay. Do I have a motion to modify the adopted budget for cost overruns?
So move, Julie.
Julie. Second? Amanda? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Request authorization to increase the adopted 2024 budget for unanticipated revenue as follows. And what it is this $7,290. Some of it came from commissions, which the youth program was paid for helping St. Pauli's do their fundraising thing. Some of the donations of $5,100 was from Eric's Bicycle, and I forget who the other person was. Oh, shoot. And state aid youth program, that's from the state. So that's $7,290, and that will go to the youth programs contracted expenses, contractual expenses. Do I have a motion to authorize this increase?
So move, Julie.
Second? Oh, come on, Kitty. Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Good job, guys. Okay. Okay, this is a fun one. Request authorization to approve pay app number 6 to Whispering Pines Development Corp. In the amount of $788,000, $270.51. Very important about the 51. We had it at 21 cents. This is for Henry W. Bike and Pedestrian Improvement Project. Do I have a motion?
So moved, Kitty.
Second? Julie, did you?
Julie?
Julie seconded. Any discussion?
Yes, just real quick.
Yes.
I haven't thought about this comment, but I am surprised at the number of people that are talking to me about the project.
Oh, really?
And, you know, like spontaneously, and they all raise concerns about what is this curve in front of, I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
The little
What does
island.
it do? Yeah, that little island.
There is not gonna be a water fountain there. No water. Somebody thought there's gonna be a
What
water
I'm saying is,
feature.
I'm anxious to get the project finished
Yep.
and see how people react to it, but I'm just surprised on a little basis, people just that I least expect have concerns about it or issues or
I'll say
preoccupations.
one
I
quick
saw
thing
somebody
about the
jump the curve on
islands.
my way here, so. The
You mean
islands,
in a car
yes,
intentionally?
no, they were
Ooh.
turning and I mean, the curves are, it's,
Yeah.
Well, they
Yeah,
need
there is an
to,
issue. I
can we
find-
paint them a color?
they're
What's
gonna
that?
have, they aren't finished yet. There's gonna be reflector things.
Oh,
put-
Yeah, the issue is the unfinished,
Not
but
finished
the,
yet.
the islands are traffic slowing devices.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And they help people get across. There's a crosswalk there. Also, that pedestrian island is where there's a crosswalk.
Cool, yeah.
So,
No,
yeah,
I
so.
think-
Trying to show
I think
people
already traffic is slowing down because of how it's kind of narrow. You
And
know?
right now there's,
there's-
it's like.
It's really positive, and there's that sharp curve on one side where the, you know, that sharp,
Mhm. Oh, the curb, yeah.
you're like, I don't want my tire to hit
Yeah.
that.
It's,
I think
it's
good.
getting a lot of attention because one, it's been going on since May. It's on a major thoroughfare. A lot of folks are, yeah, and it was also going on when there was a lot of paving projects going on and stuff, so a lot of impact. It's really exciting now as it's starting to get more and more finished. They still gotta put the stripes in, they still gotta have to put the things you can make flash the lights to say you're gonna cross. There's still a lot to do. And so can we vote on
Oh,
this?
yes,
Okay, that's okay.
I'm not objecting.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Hi.
Okay, here's where I'm adding. I think I told you this. Here's where I'm adding another one, authorization to approve an extension of the contract with Alta and Whispering Pines. They were meant to be done tomorrow. They are clearly not going to be done tomorrow. So given that we weren't sure at the time we talked about this, I proposed to them to give us the amounts it would take to extend it till May of next year. They are hoping to be finished by the end of the year. So the amount that they've asked for was, where did I put it?
The amounts of 788.
No, that's how much they're getting paid for this month. They are asking for a supplemental agreement for $438,365. That would be if they had to work till May 31st of, oh, that's supposed to be 25. And that's because there could be conditional destruction. They do monitoring. There's someone there every day who's on top of that, who's working to,
Monitoring what?
that they're staying to the plan, that they're doing the DOT requirements. I mean, there's a construction crew there who's doing what they've been contracted to do, and they have a foreman, but we have someone who's overseeing them from our standpoint. Okay,
So, yeah, clarify. It's an additional payment.
it would be an additional $438,365 if it goes all the way till May 1st, May
It then
31st.
raises the cost to about 5 million now.
Well,
Yep.
but there are grants that are covering,
And I understand
Yeah.
that probably was a
Even the
4.5.
increase?
and It's about 5.
so this, no, this would be outside that.
Yeah.
Where
Okay,
would it come from?
where do you think, my dear?
Do we pay?
Do
for
we
it?
have
Out
a
of
grant
town
that
budget?
we didn't know about?
No.
No, so this is just gonna be a tax bill.
Mhm. Yep,
Wow.
it can't.
no,
it
but it's
can't-
not in our
it
budget.
Can't stop now. It's not, it
No,
cannot
but
stop.
Why is
Where-
it not in our
where did
budget?
they
Like, where
come
is
up
it
with
coming
that
from,
number?
given that we have a budget?
Given what
Is there
they,
a breakdown for that number?
so. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, obviously. No, they put together everything, the people that would be involved and all that.
We
A lot
have
of
to
it,
sign it tonight because it's tomorrow.
well, they are all, yeah, they're already gonna be working.
Outside of it.
I
Yeah.
mean, can we bond
Wait.
for that or,
We already have,
pardon,
we already have.
for that amount?
No,
Not
the
for that.
bond that we
Because
have
that's
was
what I'm
covered.
The bond will cover it.
The bond will cover it. Oh, no, I
That's what
thought,
I'm asking. Is it part of the bond?
yes,
Yeah.
the bond is enough to cover this.
That's
Okay,
what I was
Yeah.
asking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking who's paying for it. Like,
No,
of course, the taxpayers. are.
right, but I was asking if it was part of the bond that we.
Oh, no.
I'm just not sure why, if it just took longer, it's not like the expenses are more. You know what I mean?
Yes, you're
Why
paying
did it take
people.
longer?
You're paying
Okay, so
people.
just the people though.
It's mostly people. I don't think it's materials per se.
Okay.
They're trying like crazy to plant all the trees and the bushes. They're doing all kinds
Oh,
of stuff.
why are
Things
we
had to
telling
happen.
them that? Yeah, right.
You can plant trees according to DOT until November 30th.
You can, but.
They are
Right,
guaranteed
it's
for
only
1
3
year. If they're dead next spring, they have to replace them. They're
Are we-
guaranteed for a year.
Are we,
Just doesn't seem efficient.
Why do
are we a
something
part
once
of
when
what
you can
tree
do it
they're
twice?
planting?
Yes, we have a list
Okay.
Twice.
and where they're planted.
So
Because they
obviously
want
not
to
gonna
be
in-
finished. They want to be done and leave and not,
They want to be
not-
twice.
and not, no, they don't get paid twice. No, they replace them at their cost. They do not
Time
want
to.
I
to
have-
spend all of this. We
I
don't
have
want
a
them to
hard
spend all
time
this.
seeing them coming back in April and May to plant trees. Can we just say, please don't plant them now, but do come back in the spring?
No,
They're not gonna be done till spring anyway.
Okay,
no, they're planting as much as they can between now and the end of the month.
and then when they die, they will come back for free, maybe.
If they die,
Okay,
okay, this is DOT's standards, DOT standards.
no, but I mean, they'll be on other jobs and,
So Amanda, the short of it is,
yeah, that's.
the short of it is that there's a 10%. 400 something is 10% of the 400, or 4.5 million. Is that like a change order or is it just?
It's a supplemental agreement. It's a supplemental agreement to what we've already signed for them to continue the work until, we hope, till the end of the year. But if they had to go as far as May 31st of next year, would cover that. If we don't spend it all, then we don't spend it all.
So what they're saying is that they do not have enough time to finish the project under the original deadline. And that they have to extend the period and it's gonna cost us more. It's not that we've changed the project in any form.
There have been a
That's
few
right.
changes. There have been some changes
Because
and there
of
have
us?
been sometimes because they run into
things happen.
unexpected things. Equipment, didn't show up when it should. Central Hudson didn't move the telephone poles
Yeah,
for months,
that's
just all kinds of
common. I mean,
stuff.
The
Yeah.
big one that we had was, when they asked for more, what was, the amount was, 400, the 1,000 linear feet of.
Oh, 324,000 for pipe.
Yeah,
They did not ask for that. That was our
that was
decision.
us,
Mhm.
so that was a change order coming from us.
It did not involve them. No, it was not a change order to this contract.
Right.
It was a decision to do that.
As a new project.
There's a lot
It's a
of
t-
engineering project that we had to deal with.
Hmm.
At a split moment, project never should have been started without that engineering completed.
Okay,
With the
so
intent
that's,
to do it
so
anyway.
you saw the need and we
Right.
did it and we supported it and I supported it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just looking at
That caused
whole
the delay
process.
though.
No, it didn't.
No,
Did not cause, that
Okay.
did not cause a
telephone poles, fire,
lot of things like that.
Yeah.
infrastructure.
Just
caused it.
restarting after COVID, and some of the property owners' releases, had expired and they had to be hunted down and wherever they were in New York City and stuff. So there was just a number of things that made it not start it was supposed to start May 1st and they didn't really get going till the end of May. So that's,
So the short of it is it will increase our debt service.
so the bond that we have will cover it.
Right.
Right, but the grants never were paying for all of that.
Okay.
The price went from 2.5 million to 4.5 million with COVID in between. That's part of it.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna lose sleep until I find the answer to this too. So there's on the north side of HW, there's currently a real drop off where they built up the edge of the road and it's a very dangerous,
By prospect,
no.
down the hill.
Mm-mm.
Do you know where it's by?
It's by the
Fuller?
storage.
Out
In the
by
place
Len-
by the fire department,
Oh, by the New Paltz storage?
but more like around storage. Where there's between there and an old mill,
Mhm.
They put the shoulder there, it's been finished,
but there's a drop off though.
that's nothing compared to the one down by prospect.
That's why.
Okay, so but
That's
my
our
question is,
property.
that didn't used to be there.
We took care of
A
it.
giant drop off?
No, it wasn't, no, she was compared.
Is
It
it-
cleared some of the stuff out, we put the new sewer line for the fire department, there was always a, you just never really noticed it before.
It might be a little higher now?
Actually, I think mainly it'd probably 3 inches high,
Yeah.
because they milled the road out, they put back
Mhm.
5 inches.
Well, I mean, I've walked along that road a fair bit, so there is a drop off. So I don't know about the Prospect one.
Yeah,
but-
that's always been there, because there's a pipe. and-
So are we,
That's bigger.
I just feel like if a car just goes off that, they're,
What we can tell you is that if there is, DOT has requirements for guardrails that would be deflective rather, and so if there was something there that met DOT requirement for guardrail, it would be there. That's all I know about that, because we've run into this in another part of this project. So
so you're saying that,
it meets DOT requirements.
I just know there's been cars on HW that have,
Yeah.
had serious issues, hitting trees or,
That would come out in the original engineering.
okay.
And I'm only missing one of my costs for them.
I just was wondering if they're gonna fill it in, bring up a shoulder off of that.
It's out of our right of way.
Oh, because it got moved that much. Well, there's a lot of things that have happened with this project that are hard to envision when it's in a big paper document. And then like everybody says, you get out and you walk it and you look at it and you see, but it's 1.2 miles and there's a lot of things to pay attention to. And here it is. We inherited a lot of stuff. So I think if we encounter things after this is all over that seem problematic or safety issues or whatever, we'll have to deal with them. Okay. We had a motion and a second to authorize this extension, the supplemental agreement. We've had a lot of discussion. Are we ready to take a vote? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. All right, there is now adoption of the Town of New Paltz Employee Cyber Policy 2024 to replace the previous policies, acceptable use of town computers and telephone, computer, email, and internet policy.
It's pretty exhaustive. And at the end of it, there's something that it looks like we're supposed to sign.
Let me find it.
Every employee. Okay,
Everybody has to sign it.
so do we just go to a mailbox at town hall and find a copy of it to sign?
You know what?
Can't sign it electronically?
I forgot to bring y'all's name.
Okay.
Here it is right here. This is a resolution.
Oh.
We have to pass the resolution.
Okay,
Okay.
but at the end of the policy, there's a thing we're supposed to sign as well.
Oh, no, wait, this is the wrong resolution. Shoot. Notification of defects.
Oh.
Internet, here it is, right? Okay, I have the right one. This is a thingy. This is what we're going to complete, to replace one with the other. So this is part of your training, is that you read it and you sign it. So
Yeah.
everyone has to do that. So that's,
But
do you
this
have a
is a
copy?
new one.
Yes, it's replacing the old one.
Okay, so we have to sign it.
Yes. Everybody does. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
make an electronic.
we will ask. I
Electronic.
mean, obviously we have it here.
Paper.
Yeah.
Sign.
Okay, we will ask about that. That's a good question.
So we need to approve it, summary.
Second.
Okay, so that was Essie and Kitty second. Any more discussion?
We had the discussion as well.
I think we sure did. Okay, electronic version. I would, I can't imagine everything's not electronic these days, so yeah. Unless they need a copy of your signature in a file somewhere. I don't know. They could still do it. Yeah, I don't know. They can still do it. Okay, I'll ask about that. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Yay. Authorization to approve using Berardi's Fence and Landscaping LLC to repair 3 baseball backstops at the Field of Dreams for $3,167 with a payment schedule of 50% at the time of signing, balance upon completion of the scope of work. Do I have a motion? I just want a motion, then we'll talk about it.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, and Edgar, any discussion? Seems
This
pretty,
is submitted by Joanna.
is that why you're here, darling?
Sitting here.
Are you,
patiently.
you're here for this? Oh, okay,
Wow.
all right. Okay, no, do we want to, I mean, I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay,
No idea.
all right. Ready to vote? On favor?
Aye.
Aye. Authorization to approve and sign the prior notice law resolution. Do you guys remember that at all?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure we closed the public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is, I'm
Joanna.
so sorry,
Thank you.
Joanna. If we'd known, we would have
We
moved
should
it
have-
way up. I had no idea. I was gonna ask her why she was
Bless your
here.
heart.
Bye, honey.
She was like hanging out.
Well, actually, I don't think so. Okay, this is the resolution, the local law to press Article 1 notification of defects. So this is the updated version that the NYMIR, our insurance company, said we need to and have to do.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do the roll call again, Rosanna.
Supervisor Amanda Gatto,
Present.
Deputy Supervisor Kitty Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Essie Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Edgar Rodriguez,
Just I lost it. Which, you're on the,
This is just a
Just say
roll call
present.
to say we're here,
here.
not to
Okay.
vote.
okay, yes.
You're here?
Yeah.
Okay. And Julie.
Here.
Sorry, Rosanna's supposed to do that. Okay, the following resolution was offered by, who wants to do it?
He has a question.
No, we
No
can,
questions?
first, we can, okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Do you have a question?
Just refresh me, which item are you on?
I know.
Sorry about that.
Sure.
15.
The prior notice law
First, yeah, we
resolution.
not-
This
Oh,
one
the
we've done
prior
before.
Okay, good.
Is that correct?
15, the prior notice law. Okay,
Yes.
okay, so
I
the
remember.
resolution was offered by, we have to put names in here so she can fill this out.
Okay.
Who wants to offer the resolution? We're not reading, it. We have to
Julie.
offer the
I will
resolution.
offer.
Okay.
Julie, okay, and who wants to second it?
Edgar.
Thank you, Edgar. All right. I'm not going to read it because this is one we've been through a long time ago.
Yeah.
Prior written notice of defects in highway, bridge, street, sidewalk, crosswalk, or
Yes,
culvert.
we
All
agree.
right, very good. The notice of public hearing was published. So therefore be it resolved that the town of New Paltz adopt a certain local law entitled a local law to replace Article 1 notification of defects of Chapter 118 of the Code of the Town of New Paltz. Roseanne, you want to do the vote?
Supervisor Amanda Gatto,
Aye.
Deputy Supervisor Kitty Brown,
Aye.
Councilmember Essie Lewis,
Hi.
Councilmember Edgar Rodriguez,
Aye.
and Councilmember Julie Seifert.
Hi.
Thank you, folks. Now we've got that one in effect. Okay, this is an important one. This is an authorization to approve setting a public hearing at our next meeting at 7 PM for a local law to replace subdivision A, section 127-9 of Article 3 of Chapter 127. So when we agreed that the senior tax exemption was a good idea, that was a start. Now we have to have a public hearing and then actually make it,
Wow.
replace the law.
So moved.
Second.
Essie.
Essie moved, Kitty second.
Okay. Do we need to have any discussion on this?
No,
No.
we
We
discussed
talked
it
about this
last
already.
time.
Yep.
This is to have the public hearing.
Mhm.
At the next meeting, we will have the public hearing, we will open it, we'll close it. We
Close
will
it,
do
be done.
seeker, we'll do
Yep.
the resolution for seeker, then we'll do the law.
Love it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yay. Authorization to approve the engagement agreement for tax. Oh, man, couldn't you say that?
Certiorari.
See, I wouldn't have gotten that right.
Get down an attorney.
Oh, you wouldn't believe how you spell that. Okay.
That's ridiculous. I have no idea.
Matters between the town of New Paltz and Vandewater LLP for the defense of tax certiorari proceedings.
Nice.
This is the attorneys who advise our assessor. And it's very important when they get, grieved and stuff like that.
So moved.
That's Essie moved for it. Who's gonna second it?
Julie, second.
Julie, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That was 17.
No.
No.
Edgar, did you want to
Yes.
vote? Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Mhm.
Okay, great. Okay, next one. Okay, this is an interesting one that was brought to our attention by Rosanna. Film production policy and form. we don't actually have such a thing, and we do get requests
Yeah,
for
we
film
make-
productions all
remember
over the
making
place.
one.
Yeah,
I remember
well,
helping make one.
okay, well, I don't know whatever happened to it because it ain't any place.
We
not
need
in our
Joe.
co- Yeah. So, oh, yeah. Okay, so this will be,
We can also get help from the county because they have them.
and the village has one. So
Mhm.
we actually are starting to work on it.
Okay, so what, did we make the motion, right?
But maybe we
Oh,
should check
just
with
to
Neil.
discuss, to see if there is one.
No, there isn't one. That's why we're doing it. No, we
What
looked.
she means if there's even a draft of one.
Okay, well, here is what we have right now.
Oh, who made that?
Rosanna, Rosanna.
Thanks, Rosanna.
So this is the proposed policy and the proposed application.
I thought it looked great.
I think what'll happen is the first time we do it, we'll find out if we, I mean, there can be things in buildings, outside buildings, on bridges, on streets, all that. You have to try to imagine all kinds of possible things. And so that's what it tried to do. So do you want to, we don't have to, we can just talk about it tonight and not vote on it tonight.
I think it's a great idea. I'm not ready to vote on it. I didn't read through this one yet.
Okay.
Sorry. Same. Okay, good.
You didn't read it? Okay. Okay, we can put it on the agenda for, it's not like a big rush. It's just
Right.
when
We
somebody
just should
comes.
have it, yeah.
We try to use the event application. It's not really quite right. So that,
Mhm.
okay, it's a good idea to have it.
Definitely.
It's a good idea to have an application form. It will cost people money to apply. It will cost money per day for while they're doing it, stuff like that.
Good.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
everybody happy with that? Okay, we don't have to vote on that at all.
We'll come back to it. Thanks.
Thank you for putting that together, Rosanna.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, request authorization to approve town comprehensive insurance renewal at the amount of $340,333 with Marshall and Sterling. These are one of our, yes, they do our insurance.
So I'm going to make the motion. And then I just want to have a really quick discussion.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, okay, motion by Kitty, second.
Julie?
Edgar,
Second.
I love that you're so eager. Okay, what is the discussion, my dear?
Only that when I saw this number, I nearly fainted. And I wrote to Jean and I said,
Sorry.
what, how did this happen? And she instantly wrote back
And
with
explained.
every single explanation, of every single line item. And
Mm.
I just want to shout out to our controller for just being so on top of it.
She knows every contract we have.
Yeah.
She knows every condition. She lives this stuff. She's amazing.
She's great.
so I have a comment about it.
Okay,
I didn't bring it with, I didn't copy it, but there was a little chart breaking down 8 or 10 different insurances that we have, but not the
Not that
little paragraph. That broke down the $240,000 into 8 or 10 different insurances, etc. What impressed me was that 1/3 of it, 1/3 of 240,000 or almost $80,000 is for the police department. And so it really struck me as we were talking about people being injured, concerns, etc. That this is a concern that, there's a dollar amount on it that it costs us. It's a liability issue. And $80,000 is a lot, 1/3 of that. That's the other comment that I wanted.
it covers
Which I'm
all of
not
our
going to
employees.
add
Yeah,
to the $5 million that we identified before, because I don't think we included this insurance amount as a part of the police department cost.
what
the way
we
that I
looked
envision
at
it.
was employee compensation. Okay,
All right,
this comes under general business. It covers everything. The fact that we have, not quite half of our we have 88 employees and 30 of them are in the police department. So they account for whatever you do. If you divide it by numbers of people, it's going to end up in their bucket.
And they have a very different liability than.
right.
the other.
It's a special liability
That's true.
plan just for them.
Okay, all right, any other discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor? Thank you. Authorization to accept the November warrant. Okay, folks, hold on to this one. 1
October
million,
warrant.
the November,
Oh,
no, $1,729,178.34. Do I have a motion? I move that we accept the November warrant.
second.
Amanda and Essie.
Big number.
It is because you know why? 788,000 just for the Henry W.
Right.
And then we have more for Water District 5. I mean,
Someday it's gonna come back.
yes, it is.
Uh,
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, do you, before we go into executive session, would you like to give your,
No, it's in there.
It's
We're
okay.
good. He
All
covered
right.
it.
very good. All right, I move we go into executive session to discuss work
Briefly.
history of particular employees and litigation.
Briefly.
Not related, but two different things. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm
do-
gonna put
do you
this on
need a
mute.
vote, Julie?
Oh, I move that. I need a second.
Second, Julie.
All in favor?
Aye.
I vote that we come out of executive session with the following action. I am authorized to sign the stipulation of agreement.
We're still muted.
Oh, I thought I unmuted it.
Or maybe it's not. See how it says unmute myself? Oh,
Okay,
okay.
okay. I vote we come out of executive, I make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The action taken is to authorize the supervisor to sign the stipulation of agreement between the town of New Paltz and the Public Service Employees Union. I need a motion to adjourn?
Oh, wait,
No, that's.
are we gonna do an appointment to the CBA?
No, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Somebody want a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, you want to explain to her?
Okay.
How do I get out of this? This meeting is being transcribed, okay.
And the end at the bottom.